Chapter 167. The tense atmosphere suddenly shifted to a strange direction when Wu Yan revealed the photo in his hand. Mujino Shizuri, who was so aggressive that she didn't even care about Kuriko and LV5 Mikoto, suddenly stopped. Her gloomy face wavered. Her companions also had a shocked look on their faces. Looking at Mujino Shizuri and the other three who didn't dare to act rashly, everyone felt that their brains weren't enough to comprehend the situation. What's going on? Ruko voiced out everyone's thoughts. Wu Yin maintained the smile on his face as he casually flipped through the photos. Mujino Shizuri, Kinohata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku felt their hearts skip a beat. You should be more careful. If this side leak, wouldn't our reputation be completely ruined? Damn rat. Mujino Shizuri angrily stopped the activation of her ability. Kuriko, Ruko, and Wahuru heaved a sigh of relief when the destructive light orbs around her disappeared. After all, those light orbs were like sharp knives hanging over their heads. As long as they were hanging there, they couldn't help but be on edge, seeing Mujino Shizuri retracting her meltdowner. Wu Yin chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the picture disappeared, causing Mujino Shizuri, who was planning to snatch it from him, to die in her womb. Glancing at everyone coldly, Mujino Shizuri finally fixed her eyes on Wu Yan. It was as if she wanted to imprint Wu Yan's face in her mind. Don't be happy too early. Mujino Shizuri coldly looked at Wu Yan and said coldly, even if I can't deal with you now, someone else will. Hearing this, Wu Yan's smiling face sunk, and he frowned. Everyone who thought the matter was settled was also stunned. What do you mean? Mujino Shizuri grinned, but there wasn't much joy in her voice. Do you think after ruining the higher-ups' plan, they would only ask us to deal with you? Wu Yan's gaze sharpened. You know about the plan? The word plan made everyone scratch their heads, but Mikoto was shocked. After all, she herself was involved in a higher-ups plan. The only plan Wu Yan could ruin in Academy City's higher-ups is the absolute ability user evolution plan. Mikoto immediately turned her head to Mujino Shizuri's direction. While everyone else was confused by Wu Yan and Mujino Shizuri's words, only her and Ikaros knew what they were talking about. As for Astria's personality, she wasn't a reliable person. Wu's afraid that she would mess things up. That's why they didn't tell her the truth. At this moment, Mikoto was completely silent. She didn't think that the fourth-ranked meltdown atom would be related to this matter. And from the looks of it, Wu Yan already had dealings with Mujino Shizuri. And it's because of this, combined with Mujino Shizuri's and Wu Yan's behavior, Mikoto has a pretty good idea of what's going on. Mujino Shizuri giggled happily. This time she's really happy. Although she didn't manage to resolve the grudge in her heart, but to be able to see Wu Yan's expression change, for her, it's still something to be happy about. I don't know what those self-righteous higher-ups are plotting. I only know a little about the inside story. However, the fact that they can hire us already proves how much they want this matter to be shameful. That's right, I'm not sure. Hearing Mujino Shizuri's words, Wu Yan didn't know if she's telling the truth. He just stared at her. He didn't think that Mujino Shizuri would say all this just to make him nervous. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't say anything, Mujino Shizuri stopped her meaningless laughter and shouted at Wu Yan. Since you've already interfered with their plans, then our failure will only attract more powerful enemies for you. This time, Wu Yan lowered his head and laughed bitterly in his heart. How could he not understand what Mujino Shizuri was talking about? But even if he understood, sooner or later he'll have to face those powerful enemies. What difference does it make if it's a little later? In this aspect, Wu Yan was already prepared. No matter what, only this matter, I will never back down. At the same time this thought flashed through his mind, Wu Yan's words came out of his mouth at the same time. Everyone who heard his resolute words were stunned. Mikoto smiled. Even though the corners of her mouth only curled up a little, it was enough to express all her feelings. She silently walked to Wu Yan's side and looked at Mujino Shizuri with Wu Yan. She silently expressed her stance. Wani-sama, Misaka-senpai, Kuriko, Ruko, and Wihara stared blankly at Mikoto, who suddenly walked out. No matter how brainless they were, they could still deduce a little bit of truth from Eugenio Shizuri's words. Wu Yin seemed to have interfered with the plans of some unknown organization's higher-ups. Then, the fourth person was sent to deal with Wu Yin. It seems that the organization didn't intend to let Wu Yin go and sent someone to deal with Wu Yin. Makoto, on the other hand, was planning to help Wu Yin. Eugenio Shizuri was taken aback as well before she snorted coldly. Not bad at all, but do you have the confidence to deal with the other guys and join forces with us? They still haven't canceled their mission to us. Wu Yin laughed when he heard this. Is that so? Then I'll have to see for myself. Eugenio Shizuri was shocked. Seeing Wu Yan's fearless expression, she gritted her teeth and turned her head away. I hope you'll be as confident when the time comes. Of course I'm confident, but I just need to make some preparations. Wu Yin grinned. He looked at Eugenio Shizuri and said in a meaningful tone, I wonder if Miss Eugenio Shizuri is willing to give us the time to prepare. Damned rat. Eugenio Shizuri's face turned sinister again. But her weakness is still in the enemy's hands. She can't not obey. Not willing to give up, Eugenio Shizuri glared at Wu Yin before continuing in a low voice. Don't worry. Even without our intel, it's only a matter of time before they find you. What she meant was that they won't give any intel about Wu Yin to the people they sent to deal with Wu Yin. But if those people found Wu Yin on their own, there's nothing they can do. But Wu Yin is already satisfied. He just needs some time to find Chuju, and then he can focus on dealing with them. Turning around, Eugenio Shizuri's back is facing him. Let's see if a rat like you is better at digging holes, or if those hunting dogs with dog-like noses are better at finding people. After that, she walked past Xianxia, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku and headed towards the door. Hounds with the nose of a dog. Eugenio Shizuri's words caught Wu Yan's attention. Nose of a dog? Hounds? Could it be that the person they sent is, if it's really that person, then it's better to just kill him if possible? Thinking of the person who might appear, Wu Yin made up his mind without any hesitation. Just you wait. Kuriko saw that Eugenio Shizuri was about to leave and wanted to stop her. But Makoto grabbed her shoulder and shook her head. Only then did Kuriko unwillingly retreated. Kinuhata Sai glared at Wu Yin, but was glared back by Wu Yin. She shrunk her head but still forced herself to straighten up. Just you wait. One day I'll get back at you. After shouting that, Kinuhata Sai ran away without another word. Frenda looked at Eugenio Shizuri and Kinuhata Sai helplessly before laughing dryly at Wu Yin and also running away. Takitsubu Riku looked at Wu Yin seriously before lowering her head and followed behind the former. Chapter 168. As the four girls walked out of the restaurant, the scene once again fell into silence. Makoto tilted her head and looked at Wu Yin beside her. Seeing him frowning in deep thought, Makoto thought Wu Yin was worried about the people Eugenio Shizuri mentioned. She looked at him worriedly. I'm fine, just thinking about something. Don't worry. Wu Yin naturally felt Makoto's worried gaze. He responded with a big smile to show that he's fine. Only then did Makoto breathe a sigh of relief. Wani-sama, what's going on? Kuriko finally couldn't help but ask. What plan? Why do you need to use the word deal? Also, that scum, what organization's higher-ups did he offend? 3 questions in a row. Ruko and Ueharu had the same question in their hearts. The 3 of them looked at Wu Yin and Makoto, hoping that they could answer their questions. Makoto bitterly smiled and lowered her head. Kuriko, Ruko, Ueharu, I hope you don't ask. Wani-sama. This time, Kuriko's voice was much louder than before. It was different from how she usually addressed Makoto. What's the matter? Can't you say it out loud so that we can solve it together? If this scum is involved in some crime, as a member of the disciplinary committee, I won't let anything happen to him. Yeah, Misaka-senpai. Ueharu, who was usually soft and weak, stood up and said firmly to Makoto, I believe Misaka-senpai wouldn't do anything bad. It must be those people's fault. As a member of the disciplinary committee, I'll do my best to help you guys. Aren't we all friends? If there's a problem, we should face it together. Ruko felt that compared to Kuriko and Ueharu, she wouldn't be able to help much. But if she was needed, she wouldn't refuse. Makoto lowered her head even more. Kuriko, don't say anymore, Wanisama. Kuriko, who wanted to persuade Makoto, stopped. So did Waharu and Ruko. That's because under Makoto's hair, there was a flash of pain in her eyes. How could it not be painful? Makoto already felt guilty and blamed herself for what happened to her sisters. This kind girl took all the blame on herself. If it wasn't for Wu Yin, her mental state would have collapsed at any moment. Blackie, Ruizi, and Early Spring wanted to help them. But how could they? Their enemy was the chairman of Academy City. In other words, almost the entire Academy City was their enemy. Kuriko and Waharu, who were the disciplinary committee members in Academy City, were also Wanis-sama. Kuriko also went silent. Seeing the look in Makoto's eyes, she completely understood. Perhaps the main character of this matter was not Wu Yin, but her elder sister. Thinking up to this point, Kuriko was even more certain that Wu Yin and Makoto were the victims. She didn't believe that her most respected and admired sister would do something that would harm others. Her elder sister's sense of justice was extraordinarily high. It's just that, from the looks of it, she didn't want them to be involved in this matter. Kuriko smiled bitterly in her heart, but she put on a smile and said to Makoto, I know, Wanisama. Kuriko believes that Wanisama will be able to solve this problem because you are Tokuwadai's trump card, the electric princess of Tokuwadai, Miss Saka, Makoto, Shiraisen. Waharu and Ruko, who didn't expect Kuriko to compromise, were stunned. Kuriko, thank you. Makoto smiled at Kuriko. She was very touched by her understanding. Even Wu Yin, who was standing on the side, was very impressed by Kuriko. In the original work, Makoto planned to destroy all the participating research institutes in order to stop the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project. She went out every night and only returned to the dorm in the morning, exhausted. Kuriko, who knows Makoto well, how could she not know that Makoto has a lot on her mind seeing her like this? She knew that since her sister didn't want to tell her about it, she must have her own reasons. That's why no matter how much she wanted to help Makoto, she held it in, just so that one day Makoto would be able to tell her the whole story herself. But Makoto didn't, because the research institute she destroyed were all part of Academy City. What she did, from a certain point of view, could be considered a complete crime. Kuriko, on the other hand, represents Academy City's law and order. She's the disciplinary committee member. In the original work, Makoto asked Kuriko, if I do something that endangers Academy City, Kuriko, what will you do? In the end, Kuriko's answer was, if that's the case, then even if it's Wanisama, I will arrest you as a disciplinary committee member. So much so that Makoto had no choice but to do things against her will every night behind the backs of the people closest to her in Academy City. Kuriko didn't know about this, but even so, she didn't disturb Makoto. Not only did she try her best to hide the fact that Makoto went out early at night from the dormitory supervisor, she also kept thinking of ways to make Makoto happy. In order to make Makoto smile, she even left school District 7 and ran to another district just to make Makoto smile. They were both idiots from head to toe. Both of them. But Wu Yin just can't hate them. In fact, he likes them a lot. Now that he's here, things are going in a completely different direction. But the way these two think about each other hasn't changed one bit. How did this kind of relationship come to be? The previous Wu Yin didn't understand, but now he might be able to, looking at Makoto, then at Ikaros and Astria, who never left him. Wu Yan's gaze slowly softened. In the end, what's left is a tenderness that made Makoto, Ikaros, and Astria's heart race, enough to make them engrave it in their hearts. Walking in front of Kuriko, Wu Yin raised his hand, and under Kuriko's astonished gaze, he pressed down on her pink hair, tied up in two ponytails. Waharu froze, Ruko froze, Makoto froze as well. Kuriko's expression froze for a second before she went crazy. She violently struggled, trying to break free from Wu Yan's hand. What are you doing? Scum, let go of your claws. Hearing that, Wu Yan didn't let go. Instead, he pressed down harder on Kuriko's head and rubbed it. He looked at Kuriko's fiery eyes and smiled. He spoke with a firm and gentle tone. Don't worry, I will definitely return you a complete One-sama. Kuriko froze. Wu Yin patted her head and reached out his hand to Kuriko. We made a promise. A pair of pink eyes stared straight at Wu Yan's smiling face. Kuriko suddenly felt a strong sense of bitterness in her heart. She didn't expect that in the end, the one who understood her the most would be this guy who she had always viewed as an enemy. Seeing Wu Yan's hand in front of her, Kuriko hesitantly stared at it. When she realized what she was doing, she quickly moved her hand away, then reluctantly moved it back. After a long while, Blackie slowly reached out and held the hand that was in front of her. If you dare to go back on your words, I will definitely stuff you into the ground. Wu Yin, who heard Kuriko's last sentence no less than 10 times, laughed, because this time it's different. Ah, definitely. The two of them held each other's hands tightly, and the people around them bore witness to this promise. Makoto's nose twitched. She resisted the urge to cry. She looked at her best friend and lover of life. At this moment, the worry for the future in her heart faded a lot. Wu Yin glanced at the crowd, and he grinned. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Chapter 169. Academy City, School District 7, Disciplinary Committee Activity, Branch 177. Wiharu is sitting in front of a computer, typing something on the keyboard. Wu Yin, Ikaros, Astria, Mikoto, Ruko, and Kuriko are standing behind her, staring at the computer screen. Got it. At a certain moment, Early Spring finally shouted. Following that, everyone's faces moved closer to the screen. Wiharu looked at the profile on the computer screen. When she saw the picture, she was stunned. Kuriko and Ruko were the same. What a beautiful person. The three of them couldn't help but blurt out. Kuriko then looked at Wu Yin with disdain and suspicion. Are you sure the person you asked Wiharu to find is your friend and not your next hunting target? Wu Yin laughed awkwardly, speechless. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like beating someone up. Mikoto also laughed awkwardly. She was complaining in her mind. Why hunt? There's nothing left. Why hunt? Wiharu didn't know how to react. She could only read out the information on the computer screen. Guei Chuju, ability level 0, resident of School District 13, occupation, police officer. Wiharu, Ruko, and Kuriko all cried out in surprise. Even Wu Yin and Mikoto were shocked when they heard Chuju is a police officer of Academy City. Could this be a mistake? Blackie put his face in front of the computer screen to confirm that there were no mistakes, but he still doubtfully said, That's impossible. The security guards are all teachers of Academy City who volunteer to join. Could this beautiful girl called Guei Zinaju be a teacher? To be precise, she's an intern teacher. Wiharu tapped on the keyboard. Chuju's information on the computer screen became more detailed. According to the information, Guei Zinaju is 15 years old this year. She completed her university studies and became an intern teacher in a school. She has a strong sense of justice. Although she's only LV0, she's quite good at swordsmanship. She once defeated a LV for Almighty with her own strength. She was invited by the police and became the youngest and best police officer in the entire Academy City. Hearing this, everyone was in disbelief. Tears looked at Hinajiku's photo with admiration. Amazing, she's so good in all aspects, as expected of Chuju. Mikoto also exclaimed, of course, she's good in all aspects. One-sama's acquaintances are all amazing people. Kuriko looked at Mikoto meaningfully before turning to Ikaros and said, No matter if it's this person here who can withstand a single attack from the fourth person of Academy City. Then she looked at the computer screen. Of course. Or the youngest and best police officer in Academy City. Then she looked at Astria. Her mouth twitched a few times. And then there's this super big eater that Kuriko might only see once in her life. Finally, she looked at the calm Wu Yin with a dangerous glint in her eyes. And then there's this scum with a lot of bad records. I saw him flirting with underage girls the moment I met him. And most importantly, Kuriko teleported in front of Mikoto. She leaned her face closer to Mikoto and said in a weird tone, as One-sama's side attendant and roommate, Kuriko never knew One-sama knew so many people. From the moment Kuriko started talking, Mikoto realized that something was wrong. Her entire face was covered in sweat. She forced a smile and forced herself to put on a strong front. "You, how long have you known me?" "It's only been a year. How could you know so much about me?" Even Wu Yin couldn't find any fault with Mikoto's excuse, but Kuriko's reaction was unusually agitated. Says who? Even if Kuriko only knew Wani-sama for a year, it's more than thousands of years. There's nothing Wani-sama that Kuriko doesn't know. Even what kind of underwear Wani-sama is wearing today, Kuriko knows. Bam! Mikoto blasted Kuriko to the floor with a punch. Her face flushed red, and she shouted angrily. Who told you to know all this?" These two really are comic stars and crosstalk material." Wu Yan's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mikoto looked over with an angry glare. Everyone was shocked, and they quickly turned their heads back to the computer screen. "Master, we found Chujine-sen. Do you want to go pick her up?" Astria tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve and asked with an expectant look. Speaking of which, it's been a while since she last saw Hanajuku. She really missed her. Wu Yan smiled. "Of course, let's go find her now. I'll go with you guys," Mikoto quickly said and walked over to Wu Yan's side. Ueharu, Ruko, and Kuriko also said they wanted to go with them. Wu Yan helplessly said, "Then let's all go together. Academy City, School District 13, in front of school gate. This is Chuju's school?" Mikoto looked at the school. Her first impression was that she didn't have any impression of it. Indeed, compared to Tokuwadai's school, this school in front of her paled in comparison. "This is the place." Ueharu pointed at the small notebook in her hand and said with certainty, "I'll go ask the guard. With the identity of a disciplinary committee member, it'll be easier to get the information I want." Kuriko said to everyone and then disappeared in a flash. "Do you need to use your ability for such a short distance?" Wu Yan was speechless. After a while, Kuriko came back. "Got it. That probationary teacher, Gue Daiju, is teaching in this school." "Is she inside now?" Wu Yan asked impatiently. To be honest, he also missed Chuju. Kuriko's face turned serious when she heard Wu Yan's question. "No. According to the guard, Gue Senpai left in a hurry not long ago for some unknown reason." Although Kuriko, as a student, should call Hanajuku sensei out of politeness, but because Hanajuku was her Wanisama's friend and they were around the same age, it would be weird to call her sensei, so she called her sensei. Of course, Wu Yan and the rest didn't think that much. They only cared about the information from Kuriko. "Left in a hurry?" Wu Yan frowned. "Could something have happened?" Mikoto asked worriedly. "Maybe it's because of the guard's job." Ruko saw Wu Yan and Mikoto's worried faces and softly comforted them, but her words woke them up from their dreams. Wu Yan and Mikoto looked at each other and said to Ueharu, "Ueharu, can you find out what happened around here? Something that requires the dispatch of guards." "There's nothing I can do about that," Ueharu said with a troubled expression. "If there's something happening around here and we need to check it out, we can only use the surveillance cameras in the school district," but Ueharu raised the small notebook in her hand and said, "We don't have enough equipment on hand right now. Also, this isn't the school district we're in charge of. If we're caught using the surveillance cameras, we'll be charged with a crime." "Is that so?" Everyone went silent with a helpless expression. Only Astria raised her head and pointed at her chin. "Then wouldn't it be fine if we don't get caught? How can we do that?" Kuriko immediately objected. "Let's not talk about the fact that we would commit a crime just to find someone. Even if it's Ueharu, it's not that easy to use the surveillance cameras to conceal her whereabouts." Astria wasn't convinced by Ueharu's words. Instead, she laughed proudly. Humph. I knew it. Someone could easily do something like this." "Huh." Kuriko and Ruko had a look of disbelief. They knew Ueharu's abilities the best. Only Wu Yin and Mikoto knew better. Right? Ikaro-senpai. Chapter 170. While Wu Yin, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, Kuriko, Ruko, and Ueharu were busy dealing with Chuju's situation, Chuju was in big trouble. "What is that?" Hanajuku was wearing a police officer's protective suit. Her delicate body was wrapped in a bulletproof vest. Other than her head, her entire body was armed to the teeth. Holding a submachine gun in her hand, she looked like a female member of the Flying Tigers. Of course, this was all her disguise. She only wore this equipment to deceive others. Her true strength lay in her strength of the seventh step. When she first came to this world, she was a bit overwhelmed by her sudden identity as a sensei and a guard. But later on, with her superior strength and the decent academic results she acquired in Hakuo Academy, she managed to cope even without Wu Yan and Co. by her side. Originally, Hinagiko planned to disguise herself as a resident of Academy City while looking for Wu Yan and company. Or maybe wait for Wu Yan and Co. to come looking for her. Then, from time to time, she would play the role of a security guard and help out. Today, as usual, Hinagiko was preparing for her lessons at school. But who would have thought that halfway through her preparation, she would receive an emergency call from her superior as a police officer. She hurriedly put on the equipment that she was already used to and rushed to the scene. However, the scene that appeared in front of her made her completely unable to react. Her colleagues that she used to work well with were all standing in front of her, and they fainted. That's right, they fainted standing there. Their eyes were rolled back, and they stood there like ghosts. Behind them, there was a thin thread. The thread passed through the back of their heads and extended into the distance. It was connected to something that looked very strange. A brain that was kept in a liquid culture tank. What the hell is going on? Hinagiko took 2 steps back and looked at her colleagues who were acting strangely. She was a little confused. What the hell is that? As if reacting to Chuju's arrival, the police officers who were quietly standing there suddenly turned their heads stiffly. They looked at Chuju with their empty white eye sockets. Chuju felt goosebumps all over her body. Hey, you guys. Are you guys okay? Chuju shouted at her colleagues, trying to get them to return to their original state. But Chuju was destined to be disappointed. Not only did the police officers not return to their original state, they turned in a circle in the air like puppets. Their hands and legs twisted unnaturally. Then they all pounced on Chuju. Chuju was shocked. She reflexively raised the submachine gun in her hand. But when she remembered that these people were her colleagues, she quickly put down the gun. At this moment, the police officers were already in front of Chuju. Looking at one of her former colleagues, opening his mouth wide and viciously biting her neck, Hinagiko finally reacted and dodged the attack with a sidestep. She reached out a hand and pressed the other party's head to the ground. Chuju shouted at him, "Hey you!" Before she could finish, the others had already pounced on her. They raised their fists, raised their legs, and attacked Chuju in all kinds of ways. As a level 7 powerhouse, Chuju was comparable to a level 5. How could she be attacked by these guys who were not even level 3? But considering that they were colleagues, Chuju could not attack back. She could only retreat helplessly. What the hell is going on? Chuju dodged their attacks as her mind raced. She knew very well that these colleagues were not doing this willingly. Could it be that thing? Hinagiko quickly looked into the distance at the brain in the culture tank. After all, it was impossible for these guards to do anything to her. It was obvious that they were being manipulated. On the brain, there were countless thin threads connected to the back of the police officers' heads. Chuju only needed to think for a moment to understand. Then if I destroy these threads... Chuju looked at the threads connected to the back of her colleagues' heads and made up her mind. Yo, this beautiful and capable lady, you better not destroy these threads. If you don't want your colleagues' brains to be fried. A sudden voice stunned Chuju. At the same time, she stopped attacking the threads and dodged the attacks of her colleagues who were being controlled. After stabilizing herself, Chuju immediately looked at the source of the voice. She saw a sloppy young man in a white coat standing beside the brain in the culture tank. He looked at Chuju with a pair of evil eyes and a smile that made Chuju frown. Seeing Chuju looking over, the sloppy young man raised his hands and clapped as if to praise Chuju. You are really impressive. You can still dodge an attack so leisurely when facing the attacks of so many colleagues. Looks like you are the young police officer who has been in the limelight recently. Who are you? Hinagiko stared at the sloppy young man, then looked at her colleague. What happened to them? Hearing this, the sloppy young man put down his hands and laughed. You can call me Gakuo. As for what happened to them, the sloppy young man named Gakuo looked around at the police officers who were being controlled and said, "Don't worry, young and beautiful police officer. They will be fine. We'll be fine." Hearing Gakuo's words, Chuju was so angry that she laughed. Just find someone and see if they will think that they will be fine. Oh, what a scary expression. Gakuo patted his chest pretentiously, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, Miss Police Officer. I just want to use their bodies to see how effective my invention is." Chuju's face darkened. She stared at Gakuo with her yellow-green eyes, full of anger. Although they had not known each other for a long time, these colleagues were still good friends with her. Now, they were being used as test subjects by an unknown person. How could Chuju not be angry? Looking at the reactions of your colleagues, it seems that my invention is quite effective. Gakuo acted as if he did not see Chuju's expression. He looked at the brain beside him, his sloppy eyes filled with passion. Gakuo laughed and held the culture tank with both hands. He laughed loudly and said, "This is great. This is great. This kind of invention will definitely make that annoying family member show a good expression." Hearing this, Chuju caught on to some words and frowned. Annoying family? That's right. That annoying family. Gakuo abruptly turned to Hinajiku and hatefully said, "They think they're the best scientists in the entire Academy City, not putting other people's inventions in their eyes. All of them are like that, casually trampling on other people's inventions. Don't you think they're so annoying?" Chuju looked at Gakuo, who had suddenly sunk into some kind of hatred, and said, "I don't care what grudges you have with that so-called family. I just want to know how to make them return to normal." Seeing that Chuju did not want to listen to him, Gakuo clicked his tongue and looked at the brain. His gaze was as passionate as ever, as if he was looking at his most precious treasure. "If you want them to return to normal, you just need to do it here," Gakuo said casually and pointed at a remote control device at the corner of the culture tank. "Just enter the command and it will be done." "How is it? Isn't it an excellent invention?" The last sentence sounded like he was showing off to Chuju, but Chuju was not in the mood to listen. "Then quickly return them to normal. It doesn't matter. My observation is almost done anyway," Gakuo said. Suddenly, he looked at Chuju with an evil smile. "However, I still want to see how you, the most outstanding and youngest police officer, will react under the control of my invention." Chapter 171. However, I still want to see how you, the most outstanding and youngest police officer, will react under the control of my invention. Hearing Gakuo's words, Chuju's eyes turned cold. She threw away the submachine gun in her hand and stood up. "Looks like the negotiation is off the table." Chuju looked at Gakuo and said. At the same time, she looked at the culture tank beside Gakuo. "Oh, looks like Miss Police Officer wants to try my invention yourself." Gakuo laughed evilly. "Although I haven't used it to control an aptitude user, in theory, my invention can even control a level 5 aptitude user with supercomputing power." Chuju was silent. She stared at the culture tank. She had made up her mind. She will rush over and knock down the tasteless guy. Then, she will figure out how to restore the police officers. Perhaps he saw through Chuju's plan. Gakuo took 2 steps back and came to the control panel of the culture tank. "After Miss Police Officer has tried my invention, I will use it to control those aptitude users. Starting from level 1, then level 2, then level 3, level 4, and finally level 5 aptitude users." Gakuo laughed out loud, as if he had seen his invention successfully controlling everyone. "In the end, I will use my invention to control those who trampled on my dignity. Then I will tell everyone that I, Gakuo, am the best scientist in Academy City." By the end of his speech, Gakuo seemed to have lost his mind. He pressed his hand on the control panel, and with some unknown method, a large number of silk threads grew out from the brain in the culture tank. The silk threads penetrated through the culture tank that separated the liquid from the air and shot toward the daisy. So fast, Hinajiku was slightly shocked. The speed of these threads was too fast. It was not something that could be seen with the naked eye. Of course, as a Tier 7 powerhouse, Chuju could still see the movement of the silk thread. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and the silk thread shot at the ground where Chuju was just standing. Before Chuju could breathe a sigh of relief, those silk threads suddenly turned and shot towards Chuju, causing Chuju's pupils to shrink and condense. She clenched her hand, and a cherry blossom that came out of nowhere rolled into her palm and transformed into a crystal sword. White cherry. White cherry had already evolved into a rare armament. Seeing the scene of Chuju transforming into white cherry, Gakuo was stunned and said in surprise, "A meta-human? That's not right." Gakuo looked at the white cherry blossom in Chuju's hand and frowned. "I've never heard that this young guard has any ability." After giving it some thought, Gakuo shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. That's good too. Although it's not in line with the plan, it's not bad to try out the effects of using the remote brain to control metahumans. Chuju stared at the silk threads that were shooting toward her. The white cherry blossom in her hand turned into an arc and slashed towards those silk threads. With a swing, the silk threads were cut off. Before Chuju could rejoice, new silk threads came in and continued to shoot towards Chuju. Seeing this, Chuju raised the white cherry blossom in her hand again. Suddenly, a few figures appeared beside Chuju and charged towards Chuju, who was about to swing her sword at the silk threads. They were the controlled guards. Moving her feet, Hinajiku gave up on the action of slashing the silk thread. Instead, she jumped and landed on top of the officer's head. She adjusted her position in the air and landed not far away from the officer. Very quickly, the controlled guards charged towards Hinajiku again. Chuju gritted her teeth and apologized silently. Instead of retreating, she charged towards the attacking guards. Without using the white cherry blossom, she reached out her hand and dislocated their joints. Waving her hand, Chuju continued to dislocate the joints of the guards and put them all on the ground. There was no other way. They were unconscious in the first place. It was impossible to knock them out. This was the only way to prevent them from moving again. After Hinajiku had taken down all the guards, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, the relaxed Hinajika's line of sight was soon filled with threads. Chuju was shocked. She raised the white cherry blossom and cut off all the silk threads. However, one of the silk threads came from behind and attacked her. It was aimed at the back of Chuju's head. Seeing this, Gakuo, who was far away, had a victorious smile on his face. Just as Hinajiku was about to be attacked, a petite figure with two pink ponytails swaying came to the stunned Hinajiku. Her small hand touched Hinajiku's body, and the two of them disappeared together. Hinajiku only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and when she regained her vision, several familiar figures were already standing beside her. Yen, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria. One by one, familiar faces appeared in front of Hinajiku. Although she didn't know why they suddenly appeared, Hinajiku still cried out in joy. Chuju. Mikoto grinned at Hinajiku. That's to be expected. Ever since she was summoned, Hinajiku and Wu Yin were the only ones who stayed by her side. Among these people, the one who was closest to Chuju is definitely not Wu Yin, but Mikoto. Mikoto. Chuju hugged Mikoto in surprise. She was very happy. After all, ever since she came to Academy City, she has been looking for her companions. How could she not be happy? Who are you people? In the distance, Gakuo saw that his plan failed and his face turned gloomy. He looked at Wu Yin and the others with hostility. Everyone heard him and looked at Gakuo. Wu Yin's eyes flashed with a cold light. When he appeared, Chuju was attacked. What happened before wasn't very clear. But the culprit behind the attack on Hinajiku, there's no need to look for it. His figure flashed and turned into a straight line of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Gakuo. Gakuo's face that was unhappy with Wu Yin and the others for ruining his good thing froze. Raising his fist, Wu Yin punched Gakuo in the face. Gakuo's nose started bleeding. Wu Yin grabbed Gakuo's collar and pulled him back before he could fly away. Then, he punched Gakuo in the stomach. Ah! Gakuo shrieked in pain after the 2 punches. By the time he reacted, he felt a sharp pain coming from his stomach. His nose also felt sour and sweet. All sorts of feelings welled up inside of him. After being punched twice by Wu Yin, Gakuo went limp. When Wu Yin let go of his collar, Gakuo fell to the ground and turned into a shrimp. Clapping his hands, Wu Yin kicked Gakuo on the ground. These 2 punches are the price for bullying Chuju. At this time, Chuju, Mikoto, and the others in the distance reacted and quickly ran towards Wu Yin. Chuju was the fastest one. If there was one person she missed the most in Academy City, it would be Wu Yin. After all, Chuju's heart was already on Wu Yin. How could she not miss Wu Yin? Although she was at Sundara and didn't want to show how much she missed Wu Yin, Chuju inadvertently showed her inner joy when she saw Wu Yin and how she stood up for her. Of course, this joy was deeply hidden by Chuju when she ran in front of Wu Yin. Where have you all been all this time? Chuju deliberately looked at Wu Yin with a dissatisfied face. She blamed Wu Yin for everyone's separation. Wu Yin smiled bitterly. We've been looking for you, okay? Oomph. And you say you've been looking for me. Chuju snorted coldly. She looked at Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria. I was the last one. If I told you that finding Ikaros and Astria was an accident, would you believe me? Wu Yin smiled embarrassedly and said to Chuju, I don't believe you, Chuju said. Chapter 172. A reunion is always a joyous occasion. Although Wu Yin always has a bitter smile on his face, he's actually happy to be able to see Hinajuku again. Everyone got caught up in the atmosphere of reunion and introductions. For a moment, they forgot that there's still a person lying on the ground crying out in pain. After the initial introductions, Chuju became familiar with Kuriko, Ruko, and Wihuru. Kuriko, and Wihuru were very friendly towards Chuju because they noticed that the most outstanding and youngest officer in the school had the same personality as Mikoto, especially Ruko. Chuju was pretty and easy to get along with. Not only did she become a teacher at such a young age, she was also a police officer. Most importantly, she was a LV0 just like her. Ruko instantly became Chuju's fan. All right, how did you guys end up here? Chuju looked at Wu Yan's group in confusion. She already knew that Wu Yan's group was in the faraway school District 7. She didn't know why they suddenly came to school District 13 and even saved her from carelessness. Hearing this, everyone looked at Wihuru and Ikaros and explained to Hinajuku. Hinajuku finally realized that Wihuru in front of her was an amazing internet expert. Amazing. Wihuru. Chuju didn't hold back her compliments. Wihuru blushed and lowered her head, looking embarrassed. It's nothing. Actually, Ikaros-senpai is the one who's really amazing. Wihuru looked at Ikaros, who was standing beside Wu Yin, with a look of admiration. Using a small portable laptop, she was able to hide from everyone and mobilize all the surveillance cameras in school District 13. That's incredible. That's right. The reason why they found Chuju was because of Ikaros. Speaking of which, Ikaros has great computing skills. For someone like Ikaros, who came from Synapse, who invented all kinds of weird things, this level of computing is nothing but child's play. In this domain, in the world of things that fell from the sky, other than Nymph, who wasn't good at fighting and specialized in dealing with electrons, Ikaros was the strongest. As for Astria, forget it. She's better off not falling down when walking and choking when eating rather than relying on her to operate a computer. Hinajuku, of course, knew about Ikaros' background. Hearing Waharu's words, she patted Waharu's shoulder and said under Waharu's confused gaze, Waharu, it's better if you don't compare yourself to Ikaros. It's unfair to you. Weichin nodded as if she understood, hiding the question marks on her head and her heart. What's up with this guy? Wu Yin asked Chuju as he kicked Gakuo, who couldn't get up from the ground. With Hinajuku's explanation, everyone finally understood what this Gakuo guy on the ground did. Especially Mikoto. Looking at Gakuo lying on the ground, her eyes were filled with unconcealable disgust. She was caught in a human cloning project, and her DNA was turned into an experimental subject. Facing a scientist like Gakuo who didn't care about other people and casually played with other people's bodies, Mikoto couldn't hate him more. So you're saying this disgusting thing is the culprit controlling the police officers? Blackie walked around the culture tank and looked at the disgusting brain inside. He furrowed his brows. Ueharu, do you have a way to restore the police officers? I'll give it a try. Ueharu didn't seem to have much confidence. That's to be expected since her strength lies in the internet. She didn't have much confidence in this kind of control device. Chuju thanked Ueharu and glanced at Wu Yin. Seeing Wu Yin staring at the brain in a daze, she nudged him in dissatisfaction. Wu Yin didn't react at all. He was stunned by the system notification that suddenly rang in his mind. Beep. Detected special item control brain. According to the system, this item can be used to unlock the mysterious crystal on the user's body. User is advised to retrieve this item. It's because of this notification that Wu Yin stared blankly at the unsightly human brain. He couldn't react at all. Mysterious crystal. This is the crystal that he got from the world of Butler Whirlwind. If it wasn't for this notification, Wu Yin would have forgotten about it. He still remembered that I Cheng's mother had once said that a very powerful demon was sealed within this mysterious crystal. Now that the system told Wu Yin that the brain in front of him could be used to unlock the mysterious crystal, Wu Yin was of course stunned. Could it be that this monster would become his fighter after it was unsealed? Wu Yin couldn't stay calm anymore. Seeing that Ueharu was about to approach the control brain, Wu Yin couldn't stay calm anymore and quickly called out, "Wait, Ueharu." Ueharu stopped in her tracks, and she looked at Wu Yin in confusion. "What's wrong, Senior Wu Yin?" The others also looked at Wu Yin in confusion. They didn't think that Wu Yin didn't want to save the people. Wu Yin's face stiffened as well. Seeing that Ueharu was about to approach the brain, he called out without thinking. He really didn't mean anything else. "It's nothing. You can continue." Wu Yin could only laugh awkwardly. The girls rolled their eyes at him. Mikoto and Chuju thought that Wu Yin was being naughty again. One had to admit that Chu-chun was quite good at manipulating machines. Soon enough, the wires connected to the officers were retracted. Chuju let out a sigh of relief and quickly ran up to them. She couldn't help it. The guards' joints were still dislocated. Wu Yin touched the control brain culture tank and put it into his infinite space ring. He didn't even ask for the others' opinion. Kuriko, Ueharu, and Ruko were shocked. "What are you doing with that? What's going on?" Gakuo, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, was so excited when he saw the control brain disappear. He ignored the pain and screamed loudly. "Where's my invention? Where did you put my invention?" Gakuo looked at Wu Yin in a crazed manner. He reached out his hand, and he wanted to strangle Wu Yin. Wu Yin frowned and kicked Gakuo to the ground. "Do you think you can still protect your so-called invention when you're in jail?" Gakuo looked at Wu Yin with a twisted face. After a while, he bit his lip and punched the ground. Damn it. Damn it. Originally, I wanted to give that despicable Kahara a show of strength. Damn it. Kahara. As the saying goes, the speaker doesn't mean much, but the listener does. Kahara is a surname that represents a big deal in Academy City. Everyone would pay attention to it, let alone Wu Yin. "You said Kahara, right?" "Right." Wu Yin pulled Gakuo up and grabbed him by the collar. "That's right. That's him." Gakuo shouted at Wu Yin. Perhaps he was hit by the fact that he couldn't take revenge on Kahara. "That's the guy who looked down on my invention." Wu Yin dodged Gakuo's spit and looked at him with a frown. "Kahara? Which Kahara are you talking about? Who else could it be?" "It's Kihara Amida." Gakuo's tone was full of resentment when he mentioned that name. "Even if I remember my own name wrongly, I won't forget his name." Wu Yin let go of his hand and let Gakuo kneel on the ground. He looked at him silently. The girls also realized something and looked at Gakuo. That guy who hides his head but shows his tail. I don't know what's wrong with him recently. He's been leading a group of people everywhere to look for something. Hearing this, Wu Yin narrowed his eyes and confirmed his guess. Last time, Mujino Shizuri said that another person was sent to deal with him. It must be Kihara Amida. He's with his hound unit. He ruined Alistair's plan. This unit belongs to him and is directly under his command. How could it not be dispatched? Chapter 173. Academy City, School District 13. Yin stood on the side with Mikoto and Ruko beside him. Ikaros and Astria stood behind him. The three of them watched as Gakuo entered the transport vehicle. Kuriko and Uiharu were talking to some of the officers, and so was Hinajiku. However, compared to Kuriko's quiet conversation, Hinajiku's side seemed to be having a heated discussion. It was mainly because the officers seemed to have heard something from Hinajiku, and they were all very excited. Wuyan looked at them and didn't say anything. He could guess the general situation, so he didn't need to pay attention to it. He didn't have a mood to do so anyway. His heart was filled with helplessness. He thought the control brain was the key to unsealing the mysterious crystal. But just as he was about to figure out how to unseal the crystal, the system sent him another message. The control brain is only a part of unlocking the mysterious crystal. Happy for nothing. Truly happy for nothing. Wu Yin sighed helplessly and put this matter aside. No matter what, the most important thing right now is to save his sisters. He'll look into the mysterious crystal later. At this time, Kuriko and Waharu came back. They were chatting with Mikoto, and Chuju seemed to have made up her mind. The police officers looked helpless. By the time Hinajiku returned, she had already taken off her equipment. Instead, she was wearing a yellow dress and a white jacket. Most of the guards had already left. You're done. Looking at Hinajiku, who was walking back, Wu Yin said with a smile. At this point, they're the only ones left at the scene. Chuju nodded nonchalantly. She looked at Mikoto and Wu Yin. What do we do next? Wu Yin understood what Chuju meant. She wants to help Mikoto save her sisters. What does she have to do? Let's go back first. Where are we going? Hinajiku asked curiously. Wu Yin didn't even think before answering. Of course to my house. You're home. Hinajiku was stunned, and her face started to redden. Who wants to go to your house? I want to go to Mikoto's house. She grabbed Mikoto's hand. She wanted to use Mikoto as a safe haven. Unfortunately, Mikoto betrayed her without hesitation. Well, I live in a dormitory. I can't let outsiders live there, Mikoto said after holding back for a long time. This sentence stunned Chuju. Okay, let's go home. Wu Yin grabbed Hinajika's hand and led her outside. He can't help it. At this rate, even if Hinajiku doesn't end up at Mikoto's place, she will end up at Waharu or Ruko's place. Wait, Chuju said in a panic. She knew what would happen if she moved into Wu Yan's house, but she couldn't do anything about it. Ruko and Wiko stared blankly at Chuju being dragged away. Kuriko looked like she saw a new continent. She yelled at Mikoto. Wani-sama, look, that scum finally showed his true colors. Mikoto laughed dryly. What else can she say? She could only bury the slight envy in her heart. She shook her head and followed Kuriko and the others. Academy City, School District 7. At the same time, Wu Yin, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria were sitting in a circle. They were looking at a bottle in the middle of them with a serious expression. The bottle was filled with a golden liquid. Super Pow's group of 4 already went back to their dorms. After all, it's the end of school, so students are forbidden from going out. Wu Yin shook his head in frustration. He looked at Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria and bitterly smiled. Actually, I can do it alone. Hinajika squinted her eyes at Wu Yin until he turned his head away in an unnatural manner before she snorted a couple of times. Don't treat me like a kid, Wu Yin complained his mind. A 15-year-old like you is just a kid to a 20-year-old like me. While he's complaining about this, he seems to have forgotten that he's already pushed down this kid in front of him. No matter how much Wu Yin complained, Chuju didn't plan to leave Wu Yin alone. Ikaros and Astria, well, from their expressions, Wu Yin knew they didn't plan to leave either. I don't care anymore. Just don't regret it. Wu Yin lowered his head dejectedly. He ignored Chuju and Astria's victorious expression and touched his space ring. Wu Yin took out some items from the S.P.A.C. ring. Hinajiku and Astria covered their mouths in disbelief. Damn it, this is unforgivable. Shuju gritted her teeth. Her eyes were filled with anger. Ikaros and Astria stared at the thing on the floor in silence. Feet, hands, body, head, blood, blood, blood. That's the only way to describe what Wu Yin took out. Even though Wu Yin has seen it countless times, he couldn't bear to look at it anymore, especially when he saw the face that looked exactly like Mikoto. Wu Yan's heart was filled with all kinds of complicated emotions. Even though he knew Accelerator would be cleared of his crimes, Wu Yin couldn't help but feel angry. If he could, Wu Yin really wanted to kill Accelerator. After taking a few deep breaths, Wu Yin neatly arranged his dead sister's body parts on the floor. Then, he picked up the genetic life serum and poured some on her body. The golden liquid seeped into his sister's body like water. Then, under the gaze of Wu Yin, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria, it slowly melted into her body. When the last drop of liquid entered her body suddenly turned into a ball of light. The light on the ground constantly twisted, disintegrated, integrated, and finally molded. After a short while, a familiar figure was formed. When the light faded, a face and body identical to Mikoto's appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wu Yin, Chuju, Astria, and even Ikaros's heart were in their throats. They looked at Misaka's sister's tightly shut eyes and waited for them to bloom again. Misaka's sister didn't disappoint. Her eyelids twitched a few times under everyone's expectant gaze. Then, under Wu Yin and the other surprised gaze, she slowly opened her eyes. It worked. Astria cheered in joy. Wu Yin and Mikoto exchanged glances and smiled. At the same time, they also let out a sigh of relief. It worked, that's good. Misaka's sister looked around with the same eyes as Mikoto. However, there wasn't much vitality in her eyes. It was like a plate of stagnant water. Where is this? Didn't Misaka die already? Misaka looked around in confusion. At the same time, she was wondering if this place was heaven or hell. His face was expressionless, and his voice was as calm as an ancient well. He stated this sentence with an incomparably calm tone. Even Wu Yin felt a bit speechless. Hanajiku and Astria looked at each other before looking at their sister. They didn't know what to say. Misaka's sister sat up straight and looked at Wu Yin and the others. She tilted her head. Are you guys the ones who died with Misaka? Misaka's sister said in a relieved tone. At the same time, I'm happy that even if I die, I won't be lonely anymore. Wu Yin, Chuju, Astria, and Ikaros were speechless. After some explanation, Misaka's sister finally realized that she wasn't dead. She was saved by these people. Misaka's sister was silent for a moment before she spoke. Why did you save Misaka? Misaka's sister's body is borrowed. Her heart is fake as well. Each one costs 180,000 yen, and there are more than 10,000 of them in stock. You just have to press a button, and you can make them. Wu Yin smiled when he heard that. He reached out and patted Misaka Mei's head. Misaka Mei didn't know what he was talking about. Just think of it as doing it for your Oni-sama. Chapter 174. No matter what, the effect of the genetic life replenishment serum is really good. Wu Yan's smile didn't fade the entire night as he watched his sisters being resurrected one by one. At this moment, Wu Yin felt that the 1 million item points was well spent. After resurrecting all the sisters, Wu Yin released the other sisters from the biocontainment device and used the genetic life replenishment serum to complete their bodies. More than 10,000 sisters were resurrected under the efforts of Wu Yin, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria. Wu Yin felt a great sense of accomplishment when he completed the last sister's life cycle and placed her into the biocontainment device. How could Wu Yin not feel a sense of accomplishment after saving nearly half of his sisters? Wu Yin can't wait to save all the sisters that are still alive. However, this matter can't be rushed. If he acts too hastily, he might expose himself to Alistair. If Alistair only had strength, Wu Yin wouldn't hesitate to do so. However, Alistair's scariest part is his monstrous IQ. Who knows if he would be dragged into some scheme by Alistair if he was exposed. Like a seductress, he would be sold to the point that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Wu Yin felt like his brain is better than his seductress hands. However, compared to Alistair, he really can't compare. That's why it's still too early to relax. After all, there's still a lot of sisters that haven't been saved yet. Every day, more and more sisters are dying. Of course, Wu Yin was happy that he managed to resurrect all of his sisters. It's obvious from the good sleep he had that night. However, Wu Yin didn't feel that way when he woke up the next day. "Good morning, Master Ikaros. Why are you lying on top of me again?" Wu Yin jumped up out of shock. However, he forgot that Ikaros was lying on top of him with her hands on both sides of his head. Wu Yin got up and buried himself in a huge pile of soft flesh. The soft touch on his face, the oddly fragrant aroma that wafted into his nose, and the suffocating sensation that could take his life, all of these are reminding him of the situation he's in right now. Wu Yin couldn't help but move his head, and he burrowed deeper into the ground. "My master!" Ikaros stared blankly at Wu Yin. Suddenly, she turned around and left Wu Yin. When Ikaros left, Wu Yin, who put his weight on his head, tumbled and fell to the ground. The pain in his head woke Wu Yin up. Realizing what he did, Wu Yin raised his head and looked at Ikaros awkwardly. Wu Yin froze. The usually expressionless Ikaros's cheeks were slightly red. Her eyes were shy, her hands were hugging her breasts, and she gave Wu Yin a look before lowering her head. "I'm not dreaming, right?" Wu Yin mumbled. Ikaros is actually shy about being taken advantage of. "Master." Seeing Wu Yin staring at her, Ikaros blushed again and lowered her head even more. Looking at the bashful Ikaros with her arms crossed in front of her chest, making her already extraordinary breasts look even bigger, Wu Yin couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Ikaros's morning grumpiness is like a match thrown into a gas tank. The fire in him is burning. Ikaros. Under Xianxia's control, Wu Yin finally raised his hand and reached towards Ikaros. It's impossible for Ikaros not to see Wu Yan's actions. When she saw Wu Yan's hand reaching towards her, an inexplicable burning sensation rushed into her kinetic furnace, making her feel a little dizzy. If this was the original Ikaros, her body's auto-repair function would have activated and erased the cause of her kinetic furnace's abnormality. In other words, she would have erased all memories of Wu Yin. But as someone who's seen the original, Wu Yin wouldn't let that happen. When he first summoned Ikaros, Wu Yin already found an item that could identify the state of the kinetic furnace. In other words, at that time, Wu Yin was already preparing himself for the day when he and Ikaros would make love. After what felt like a century, the distance between Wu Yan's hand and Ikaros's body kept shrinking. Finally, Wu Yan's hand pressed against Ikaros's huge chest. "Mama Master!" Ikaros's face finally turned completely red. The pair of small accessories next to her ears swayed gently like a cat's ears, causing the fire in Wu Yan's heart to burn even brighter. Ikaros. Panting a few times, Wu Yin hugged Ikaros's body into his arms and pressed his hands on her plump breasts, kneading them. "Master!" "No." There's a strange feeling. Ikaros didn't know what to do as she grabbed Wu Yan's hands that went under her armpits and kneaded her breasts. Her indigo eyes started to turn misty. But not only did Ikaros's words not dispel Wu Yan's desire, it actually encouraged it. After all, who's ever seen Ikaros this shy? Even in the original, no one's ever seen it. And so, of course, Wu Yan's hands kneaded even harder. He even buried his head next to Ikaros's ear and licked her cheek. "And a master." Ikaros blankly felt the sensations coming from her body. Based on her calculations, the furnace should have burned to the point where it would have burned out, but for some reason, her furnace somehow managed to hold on. His tongue slowly licked from Ikaros's cheek to her neck, then from her neck to her cheeks. Listening to Ikaros's never-heard-before moaning, holding a pair of large breasts that he's never held before, Wu Yin bit Ikaros's earlobe. Ugh. Ikaros didn't know why she's making such noises. She also didn't know why she felt strange when her master did such a thing to her. But she does know that her master is very happy. And as long as her master is happy, then Ikaros will be happy as well. Ugh, ugh. Her red lips gently parted, a whimper escaped. Ikaros's legs uncontrollably clamped together and started rubbing against him. Master! Ikaros strenuously turned her head to look at Wu Yin, who's licking her neck. Her indigo eyes are already filled with lust. Wu Yin stared blankly at the aroused Ikaros. He slowly lowered his head and inched closer to her. Seeing her master's face getting closer and closer, Ikaros's eyes flickered. Then, for some reason, she suddenly said something. Master, breakfast. At this moment, Wu Yin finally realized what he's doing. Looking at Ikaros in his arms, Wu Yin smiled embarrassedly and pinched her a couple more times before running out of the room. Ikaros laid on Wu Yin's bed, gasping for air. Wu Yin ran out of his room, and with a leap, he flashed into Hinajiku's room. Looking at Hinajiku, who was stunned by his sudden intrusion, he hugged her and threw her onto the bed. You! Ugh! Before Chuju could finish, Wu Yin covered her mouth. This is Ikaros's first time, so it's not good to eat during the day. But not Chuju. Chapter 175. For the whole morning, Wu Yin stayed in Hinajiku's room. The sheets wrapped around both of them wriggled, and Hinajiku's sweet moans came from inside. Even with the blankets separating them, Wu Yin could still hear Hinajiku's moans clearly. Ikaros and Astria also heard the sounds coming from inside the room. Astria buried her head in the middle of her food like a glutton. But if you look closely, you'll notice Astria's face is as red as a tomato. Astria wasn't an all-purpose angel like Ikaros, who excelled in combat and computing but had poor emotional skills. Compared to Ikaros, Astria didn't have any computing skills, but her emotional skills were outstanding. Ikaros might not know what Wu Yin and Chuju are doing, but Astria definitely knows. Of course, Ikaros didn't know about it. Astria looked at Ikaros in shock. Her mouth was wide open as if she saw a UFO. It was an exaggeration. Ikaros's cheeks were pink, her skin was pink, and her eyes were watery. Just like Astria, she buried her head in the middle of her food and kept eating. If she didn't share Wu Yan's perceptive ability with her, Astria would have suspected that Ikaros is an impersonator. Finally, the noise in the room stopped. Ikaros and Astria let out a sigh of relief. Of course, Astria knew why she was relieved. Ikaros, on the other hand, didn't know why she was relieved. After a while, Wu Yin walked out of Hinajika's room. His attire is neat and tidy. If it wasn't for his relaxed expression, others might have thought that he wasn't the culprit behind all of this. Master! Ikaros and Astria blushed at the same time when they saw Wu Yin. Then they called out to him softly. Wu Yan's expression turned awkward when he heard that. Coughing pretentiously, Wu Yin sat beside the two girls and greeted them as if nothing had happened. One can't help but sigh at how thick-skinned he is. Ikaros looked at Wu Yin with a blushing face. Wu Yin wanted to nibble on her again, but Ikaros acted like she didn't see it. She hesitated for a while before she mustered up her courage and spoke under Astria and Wu Yan's curious gaze. Master, if Master wants to do something fun, Ikaros can do it. Pfft. Cough, cough. Wu Yin and Astria spat out all the food in their mouths. They covered their mouths at the same time and started coughing violently. Master! Ikaros didn't know what to do with herself. Wu Yin raised his hand to signal that he's fine. He wiped his mouth and looked at Ikaros in shock. Ikaros, where did you learn that from? Hearing this, Ikaros lowered her head and clutched her short skirt with a bashful look. No one taught me that. I wanted to say it myself. You wanted to say it yourself? Wu Yin and Astria looked at each other in shock. Ikaros nodded and looked at Wu Yin. Her indigo eyes shone with a strange light. Because Master looked really happy, so Wu Yin went silent. He reached out and stroked Ikaros' hair. Ikaros, this kind of thing, if you don't want to, it's not like that. Ikaros interrupted Wu Yin before he could finish. Wu Yin was stunned. Ikaros looked away when she saw Wu Yan's stunned expression. Seeing how happy Master is, Ikaros is also happy, Looking at Ikaros in a daze, Wu Yin suddenly laughed. At the same time, he scolded himself for his stupidity. Ikaros isn't the same as she was at the start of the original work. She's an all-purpose angel who only entertains her master. How could he think that way? Rubbing Ikaros' head, Wu Yin met Ikaros' indigo eyes, and he whispered, Ikaros, I'm happy to see you happy. Then, Ikaros looked at Wu Yin expectantly. Her innocent gaze made Wu Yin feel uncomfortable. He helplessly said, Next time, let's talk about it when we have the chance, okay? Ikaros fiercely nodded and started eating. Her chopsticks danced in the air. She seemed to be in a good mood. Wu Yin looked at her with a smile. He was looking forward to it too. After all, he likes Ikaros a lot too. Astria threw away her bowl and chopsticks. She jumped in front of Wu Yin and shouted, Master, Astria can make Master happy too. Wu Yin's lips twitched. He looked at Astria, who was stunned by his words, and he didn't know what to say to her. This idiot Master, Astria realized how embarrassing her words were. She opened and closed her mouth. I. She realized she just said something embarrassing. Her eyes rolled up, and smoke started coming out her head. Speechless, Wu Yin looked at Astria, who was shaking her head from side to side. He reached out his hand and rubbed Astria's head. Under her bashful gaze, he shook his head and laughed. Okay, I got it. Why need to be happy? I will look for you too, huh? Astria shrieked in shock. She jumped up and pointed at Wu Yin with a blushing face. Master, you idiot. Who wants to do something perverted with you? Astria, I'm not looking forward to it. Idiot. Wu Yin's expression kept changing until the word awkward hung on his face. Looking at Astria, who kept calling him an idiot, he felt really sad for his balls. Before Wu Yin could recover from his grief, a delicate fist smashed into his head, sending him sprawling on the table. His chin hit the table hard and he howled in pain. Hinajika's fists were tightly clenched. On her pretty face, a part of the redness still hadn't subsided. It made Hinajika's somewhat immature face even more charming. Even the culprit behind all of this was a little stunned. You bastard, in the middle of the day you... Hinajiku closed her eyes. She's so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She punched him again. This time, Wu Yin managed to catch it. Wu Yin smiled at Chuju awkwardly. He shook his head and sighed. Are you trying to kill your husband? Chuju glared at Wu Yin. It would be best if I could kill you. Scratching his head, Wu Yin helplessly mumbled. What can I do? I was seduced as well. Don't tell me you want me to make sure Ikaros can't get out of bed in broad daylight. What are you mumbling about over there? Hinajika's dangerous gaze landed on his face. She clenched her fists so hard that they made cracking noises. Looks like she's still holding a grudge against him for forcing himself on her again. In nothing. Wu Yin laughed dryly and shook his head. Chuju glared at Wu Yin. She looked at Wu Yin's smiling face and blushed again. She turned around and saw Ikaros and Astria's blushing face. She felt even more embarrassed. It's fine, my voice wasn't loud. They couldn't have heard me. Yep, that's right. After comforting herself, Hinajiku sat down on the table. At the same time, Ikaros's eyes suddenly flashed with a data frame. Master, the enemy has appeared. Ikaros's expression returned to normal. She looked at Wu Yin and whispered. Wu Yin's expression froze, and he sneered. Finally. Chapter 176. Academy City, School District 7, Wu Yin's house. No, to be precise, this is the house that the system gave to Wu Yin when he first arrived in Academy City. Even though Wu Yin doesn't have the currency of Academy City, Wu Yin has a lot of gold coins in the Spalier world. Even though most of them are in his gold card, the amount that Wu Yin has on him is more than enough to buy a house. On the second day of his arrival in Academy City, Wu Yin was already planning to buy another house. After all, this house isn't big. It can't fit 2 people, but Wu Yin has 4 people. Therefore, this house was abandoned by Wu Yin without hesitation. Of course, it wasn't completely useless. At least it helped Wu Yin attract a lot of unnecessary enemies. Hound Dog Unit. Item. At this time, the two Umbu organizations in Academy City have surrounded this house. The passers-by around it have been dispersed by them for some unknown reason. Now, all of the people here are members of the Hound Dog Unit wearing synthetic armor. And standing in the middle of these people is the leader of the Hound Dog Unit, Kihara Amida. Also, Mujino Shizuri, Kanuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Is the enemy inside? Kihara Amida said to a member of the Hound Dog Unit with an expressionless face. His voice is a bit low, but it's not hard to hear that he doesn't care. According to the detected data, a large number of military clones appeared last night and emitted electromagnetic waves with this building as the center. Combined with the other military clones' reactions to the missing body samples from the Misaka network, the enemy is most likely among them. Very likely? Kihara Amida suddenly smiled and looked at the reporting member. He grinned and said, "You mean to say that the enemy's whereabouts is only a possibility?" That member's back was soaked in sweat, but because he was wearing a thick armor, nothing could be seen. However, his trembling appearance could be clearly seen. Soon, with a gunshot, the member fell to the ground. The blood on his head flowed down his cheeks to the ground, evaporating the last bit of warmth. Kihara Amida did not even look at the corpse on the ground. He put away his gun, as if he had not killed a person, but a dog. Trash does not have a right to live in this world. This is one of the rules in Kihara Amida's heart. There is another rule, and that is, subordinates are nothing more than a group of scum that can be abandoned by their leader at any time after their value has been exhausted. The four members of Item frowned, but quickly recovered. It seems like they also know about Kihara Amida's personality. It's just that they don't seem to like him, except for Mujino Shizuri. Kihara Amida looked at the other members and the mechanical dogs that were sniffing around on the ground. He asked, "What's the reaction of the smell detector?" "Yes, there's indeed a human aura inside." "That's enough." Kihara Amida clapped his hands. "As long as it's inside, no matter who it is, kill them all." But the orders from the higher-ups. Kihara Amida glanced at the member who spoke, and that member stopped talking. Kihara Amida turned around and said, "The higher-ups only want the military clones. Why are they looking for them? They can just recreate them. As for whether the original source is willing to provide the DNA, that's not up to her." Wu Yin, who was hiding not too far away, heard Kihara Amida's words. His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he stared at Kihara Amida with a murderous intent. Ikaros and Astria sensed Wu Yan's murderous intent at the same time. Their faces turned cold as data flashed in their eyes. "All right, let's stop here. If we go any further, we will be discovered by Takitsubu Riku." The girls stopped moving. Wu Yan nodded and looked at Ikaros and Astria. "Ikaros, Astria, try not to use your wings, got it?" Academy City is a scientific city, but Chairman Alistair isn't someone who believes in science. Before he founded Academy City, he was a magician. If Ikaros and Astria use their wings, they will be mistaken for angels. If Alistair finds out there are two angels in his territory, he will flip the entire Academy City upside down. That's why Wu Yin warned the girls. Of course, he meant try your best. If the girls are in any danger, he doesn't care if Academy City is overturned or not. "Yes, Master." Wu Yin nodded and exchanged a look with Chuju. The two of them leaped away, leaving Ikaros and Astria behind. Sky Queen mode on. After Wu Yin and Chuju left, Ikaros's pupils turned crimson red. A halo appeared on her head, and her hair swelled up. The wings of light that appeared with her in the past didn't appear this time. Ikaros hid them in her clothes. Compared to Ikaros, Astria didn't change at all. She took out a sword hilt with a blue gauntlet. Chrysor, super vibrating photon blade. A blue lightsaber came out of the sword hilt. The body of the sword vibrated slightly, and the air surrounding the body of the sword was instantly wiped clean, leaving not even a bit of it behind. After adjusting themselves to their best condition, the two women took out two more capsules and swallowed them at the same time. Then, a miraculous scene happened. Ikaros and Astria's bodies distorted. Two completely unfamiliar faces appeared on their faces. Even their bodies were distorted. The two of them became shorter by a few centimeters. Even Wu Yin wouldn't be able to recognize them if he didn't know what was going on. At the same time, the hounds had begun to invade the room. As long as they saw anything suspicious, they would fire at it with their submachine guns. Kahara Amida, on the other hand, was leading the way. Together with the other 4 members of Item, they headed towards the direction of Takitsubu Riku and the robot dog. When they passed by a room, the robot dog stopped. Takitsubu Riku pointed at the door and said with a complicated expression, "The target has been discovered." Mujino Shizuri and Kihara Amida laughed at the same time. Mujino Shizuri immediately raised her hand, and a meltdown atom burst through the door, breaking through the wall and smashing everything in the room into smithereens. However, Mujino Shizuri wasn't happy. Instead, her face turned dark. The veins on her forehead were throbbing. Kihara Amida narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the room, there wasn't even a bed, let alone a person. Only a few words were written on the wall in front of them, words that infuriated Mujino Shizuri and Kihara Amida. "Take your time, idiot." Meltdown Atom was used. Mujino Shizuri turned her head to look at Takitsubu Riku after destroying the wall with the words, "Takitsubu, didn't you say the target is here?" Takitsubu Riku seemed to be at a loss of what to do. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed for a moment. Her head also began to turn. Then, she stopped at the floor of the room. Looking at the few chips that were thrown on the floor, she pointed at them in astonishment. The target's AIM came from these chips. "What did you say?" Kihara Amida laughed in disdain. "You're saying these chips can spread the AIM field?" "Huh, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Kinuhata Asai, who was standing at the back, was even more disdainful. "Didn't your dog also discover the target's location?" Kihara Amida's face turned dark. He clenched his teeth and kicked the smell detector robot dog into pieces. Right at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 177. Screams of agony traveled into everyone's ears. Kihara Amida, Mujino Shizuri, and the others who were staring at the chip were stunned. "What's going on?" Kihara Amida frowned. A very ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. People like Kihara Amida always believed in their intuition. He immediately waved his hand. "Go out and take a look." Just as Kihara Amida finished speaking, Takitsubu Riku looked out of the window and said, Mujino Shizuri, who has been working with Takitsubu Riku for a long time, seemed to understand what she meant. "Did the target appear?" "Who knew?" Takitsubu Riku shook her head. She was a little confused as she hesitantly said, "It's not a target. It's 2 very unfamiliar targets." Mujino Shizuri didn't notice Takitsubu Riku's hesitation. However, Frinda and Kinuhata Asai, who were standing beside Takitsubu Riku, noticed it. They looked at each other in confusion. What they didn't know is that Takitsubu Riku is hesitating because the sudden appearance of the AIM field gave her a bad feeling. That's why she subconsciously hesitated. If Wuyin knew what Takitsubu Riku was thinking, he'd be shocked. Ikaros and Astria aren't aptitude users. This AIM field was forged by them using their own abilities. After all, Ikaros' identity in Academy City is LV4. If she doesn't have an AIM field, wouldn't that mean there's a problem? As for Astria, she forgot her identity in Academy City, so just in case, Wuyin told her to forge one. Even if she's a useless aptitude user, she can still use the excuse that she suddenly leveled up. With their abilities as angeloids, it's easy for them to forge a field. No matter how good the detector is, it won't be able to detect that the AIM field is fake. Takitsubu Riku, on the other hand, noticed something amiss. Regardless of what Takitsubu Riku was thinking, the current Mujino Shizuri would definitely not know. She was holding a ball of light in her hand. The ball of light formed by the meltdown of atoms was emitting a sickly green glow in her palm. Mujino Shizuri sneered. "Just in time. I'm in a bad mood right now." before Kinheta, Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku could react, Mujino Shizuri had already left. Hearing more and more screams and all kinds of noises outside, as well as the sound of his subordinates firing their submachine guns, Kahara Amida could no longer sit still. Of course, it wasn't because he cared about the safety of his subordinates. Without saying a word, Kahara Amida also walked out. Kinuha Tasai and Frenda looked at each other, then at Takitsubu Riku. "Hey, Takitsubu, that guy shouldn't have appeared, right?" When she said this, Kinuha Tasai's tone was filled with anticipation. Frenda also looked at Takitsubu Riku with the same expression. "No." Takitsubu Riku shook her head unnaturally. Kinuha Tasai and Frenda heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great. I'll be able to unleash my full strength." When everyone walked out of the house, the scene that appeared in front of them caused them to be involuntarily startled. They were astonished. The members of the Hounds raised the weapons in their hands and fired at the two unfamiliar women. One of them is standing far away, shooting out cherry-colored missiles from nowhere, causing the Hound Dog unit members to suffer heavy casualties. The other girl is holding a lightsaber, swinging it at the Hound Dog unit members who are close to her. Her smooth movements and exquisite taijutsu caused the Hound Dog unit members to either die or be heavily injured. In just a short moment, over 100 Hound Dog unit members are lying on the ground. Who are these two supergirls? Kinuha Tasai looked at the two girls in surprise. Whether it is the destructive power of the missile-shooting girl or the exquisite taijutsu of the sword-wielding girl, they both made her very surprised. Kahara Amida raised his hand and said coldly, "I don't care who they are. Since they're here, let's kill them all." Hearing this, 3 of the 4 girls from Item disdained his words. Kahara Amida, who was arrogant but had no ability, they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. They wouldn't listen to his words that were like an order. Even Mujino Shizuri, who was about to attack, put away her meltdowner and stood to the side, watching the Hound Dog unit members being hunted down. Seeing that, Kahara Amida's eyes flashed with killing intent and hatred. Mujino Shizuri and the others looked down on him. Why would he look up to Mujino Shizuri and the others? In his eyes, the so-called ability users were nothing more than little white mice. But now is not the time to start a conflict with Mujino Shizuri and the others. He can only swallow his anger. But his face is tense. Looking at the struggling Hound Dog unit members on the ground, he cursed them a few times. "What are you doing? Quickly surround them," Kihara Amita coldly shouted, and at the same time gave the order. Team 1. Team 2, use your ranged weapons to shoot at the one with the sword. Team 3. Team 4, charge at the guy who fired the missile. Kahara Amida is indeed the leader of the Hound Dog unit. With just a few orders, the members who were panicking due to the heavy casualties started to attack in an orderly manner. Facing the sudden change in fighting style of the Hound Dog unit, Ikaros and Astria felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing this, Kahara Amida shouted at the other members, "Push that thing up." The 4 Item members looked at Kihara Amida in confusion, as if they didn't know what that was. The Item members, on the other hand, shouted yes, and pushed the car up. As soon as it was pushed up, the side box of the car was opened. As the side box was opened, something that looked like a stereo appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this stereo, Ikaros and Astria's expression turned serious. They looked at the stereo, and data started to flow in their eyes. But soon, the data in their eyes stopped, and they continued to attack the Hound Dog unit as if nothing happened. Under the puzzled gazes of the 4 Item members, Kahara Amida smiled sinisterly. "Capacity down device. Release it." Right after he said that, an ear-piercing sound was released from the stereo. Hearing this sound, Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhara Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda trembled. They covered their heads and squatted on the ground in pain. "What the hell is going on?" Kinuhata Sai screamed in pain, but Frenda and Takitsubu Riku were even worse than her. They couldn't speak at all. Kahara Amida didn't even frown when he saw Item's pained expression. Instead, he laughed and said, "I didn't think that Brat's invention would be so useful. You bastard." The moment Mujino Shizuri moved, she covered her head and knelt down again. She didn't even have the strength to glare at Kahara Amida. Kahara Amida smiled at them as if he wanted to take revenge. However, the screams that came again made his smile freeze on his face. In his mind, the two girls who couldn't move due to the capacity-down device and were torn to shreds by his subordinates were still alive and kicking, harvesting the lives of his subordinates. Damn it, what capacity-down device? It's really useless. Kahara Amida's face was ashen. He didn't have the time to think about why the capacity-down device didn't work on the two women. Instead, he blamed everything on the capacity-down device. How would he know Ikaros and Astria don't have superpowers? How could they be affected by the device? The AIM that Takitsubu Riku detected was fake. Chapter 178. Artemis. Ikaros muttered under her breath. No one heard her, but it triggered a huge reaction. Countless cherry-colored lights shot out from her back and landed in the middle of the Hound Dog unit in a blink of an eye. The moment the missiles landed, the people in the center were blown away. They laid on the ground and couldn't get up anymore. Those who were closer to them were also caught in the blast. Screams of agony filled the air. Compared to Ikaros, Astria was much more straightforward. She waved her Chrysor around like a tiger, slaughtering whoever came her way. She might be slower than Ikaros, but it was still clean. She paved a path for those who fell under her feet. The veins on Kahara Amida's forehead were bulging. Clearly, he was enraged to the extreme. However, his expression did not change. He glanced at Mujino Shizuri and the other three who were clutching their heads in pain and snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the capacity-down device was turned off. "You bastard!" The moment the voice stopped, Mujino Shizuri went berserk. She grabbed a meltdowner in her hand and was about to throw it at Kahara Amida. Kahara Amida was expressionless. He only said one sentence. "Is this okay? You should know that we Hound Dog unit are directly under the orders of the higher-ups." Mujino Shizuri's expression changed. Her meltdowner dimmed as well. Kahara Amida turned his head and looked at Ikaros and Astria. "Let's think of a way to deal with those two first. You guys don't want to fail the mission, right?" Mujino Shizuri looked at Kahara Amida with a dark expression. She waved her hand at Wu Yan's house and blasted the wall with her meltdowner. Mujino Shizuri threw out a few more meltdowners before looking at Ikaros and Astria. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. "That guy's going to suffer." Kinuhata Sai gloated at Kahara Amida. She knew that Mujino Shizuri's gaze wasn't directed at the two girls. Mujino is a vengeful person. Frenda rubbed her head cutely and spread her hands. In the end, that dog thought that he could live peacefully by relying on the people above him. Even if she didn't kill him, Mai had her ways to make him suffer. Poor guy. Kahara Amida didn't hear Kinuhata Sai and Frenda's conversation. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. Mujino Shizuri and the others probably don't understand that the higher-ups Kahara Amida mentioned aren't the useless people on the board of directors. At this moment, Mujino Shizuri has already walked out. Slowly walking to the front of the hounds, Mujino Shizuri raised her voice. "You guys came at the wrong time. Just in time, I've suffered enough today." After that, several orbs of light suddenly appeared around Mujino Shizuri and circled around her. Then, without warning, meltdowners shot out from the orbs towards Ikaros. It wasn't that Mujino Shizuri recognized Ikaros' identity. It's just that Ikaros is far more of a threat to her than Astria. After all, Astria is a close-range fighter. Meltdowners are perfect against close-range opponents. Ikaros looked at the incoming meltdowner atom. Her eyes flashed, and the trajectory of the meltdowner atom was calculated. She dodged the meltdowner atom and looked at Mujino Shizuri with her crimson eyes. Even though she can't use Absolute Defense Circle for the sake of her master, Wu Yin didn't say that she can't initiate an attack. Artemis, the cherry-colored missile with a cherry-colored glow streaked across the air. Under everyone's gaze, it came from Mujino Shizuri. Mujino Shizuri reached out her hand and drew a circle in front of her. Following her movement, the meltdowners were pulled into a circular fan shape. The missiles were melted into powder the moment they came into contact with the fan shape. After all the missiles were melted into powder, Mujino Shizuri looked at Ikaros. She saw an afterimage charging at her, and her pupils shrunk. Ikaros raised a fist, and under Mujino Shizuri's horrified expression, she punched her in the stomach. Ah! Mujino Shizuri reflexively covered her stomach and lowered her head, only to see a knee raised towards her face. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Ikaros' knee landed on Mujino Shizuri's face and sent her flying. She fell to the ground and fainted. That's super impossible. Kinuhata Asai couldn't believe it. Their captain was defeated by the opponent in a single exchange. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku were also stunned and couldn't recover from their shock. Kihara Amida clenched his fists when he saw Mujino Shizuri being defeated in an instant. The way he looked at Ikaros and Astria changed. At least he didn't look at them with the same disdain as before. Even an LV5 was defeated in a single exchange. How could Kihara Amida still look down on them? Actually, Mujino Shizuri's defeat was understandable. After all, she neglected Ikaros' close combat ability. Not just her, even Wu Yin forgot that Ikaros' close combat ability is also very strong. Even if it's not as good as Astria, who specializes in close combat, it's not something any random person can match up to. At the very least, in this academy city, other than Wu Yin, Hinajuku, Astria, and Iwa. Ikaros is the strongest in terms of melee combat. However, compared to her long-range attack, Ikaros' close combat ability is much weaker. That's why everyone neglected the fact that Ikaros can also fight in close combat. Mujino Shizuri's defeat can be attributed to her carelessness. She saw Ikaros didn't use close combat and thought she wouldn't be able to fight in close combat. Of course, if she fought Ikaros seriously, she would have lost without a doubt. Where the hell did these two strong women come from? Kihara Amida gritted his teeth. He's at his wit's end. 2/3 of his men are down, and Item's women are probably unreliable. He can only rely on external forces. What else can he do? At this time, Kihara Amida's communicator suddenly rang. Kihara Amida was stunned. He picked it up and looked at it. His face was completely filled with anger. He slammed the communicator in his hand on the ground. Kihara Amida was breathing heavily. He even let out a few low growls. Damn it, I've been completely fooled. What's going on? Kinuhata Asai asked subconsciously. However, her eyes were still on Ikaros and Astria, who weren't far away from her. Kihara Amida lowered his head and said in a low voice, "The research facility was infiltrated again." Infiltrated? Frenda was shocked. You mean? These guys are in cahoots. They used a trick to lure us here, and the mastermind invaded the unguarded research facility. It seems that these two women are just bait. After that, he ignored the stunned Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda, and shouted at the Hound Dog unit members. Everyone retreat. The Hound Dog unit members stopped in their tracks and slowly retreated to the sides. Too bad they didn't ask for permission from their master. Artemis, following the loud boom, the sound of missiles bombarding the area was heard. What followed was the screams of the Hound Dog unit members. They aren't going to keep them here, right? Frenda, Kinuhata Sai, and Takitsubu Riku, who rescued Mujino Shizuri, looked at each other and retreated. What does the Hound Dog unit's survival have to do with them? Retreat. All of you retreat. Only the screams of the Hound Dog unit members and Kihara Amida's furious roar could be heard. Chapter 179. That day, the Hound were almost completely wiped out. Only a few of them managed to escape, with Kihara Amida, who was hit by a stray bullet. The Hounds are basically nothing now. Of course, when Kihara Amida recovers, he will definitely form the Hounds again. However, by then, most of the Misaka sisters would have been rescued by Wu Yan. Item had 1 injured and 3 unharmed. Even though they didn't suffer a lot of casualties, they still managed to retreat in a sorry state. This time, the hounds and item who came to stop the so-called intruders could only be declared as failures. Not only that, but the military clones that were originally gathered by the Research Institute for Protection were almost all stolen by the sudden intruders. Almost all of the Misaka sisters disappeared. Even the Misaka sisters who participated in the project and were killed by Accelerator were all stolen. In the end, only a few hundred of the Misaka sisters were rescued by the Research Institute during the chaos. The rest were all stolen. Almost everyone related to the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project started smashing things in their homes. The main person in charge of the project, Amai Ayo, fainted when he heard the news. With only a few hundred Misaka sisters left, the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Plan can no longer continue. It can only be frozen and hope that one day, the missing Misaka sisters can be found or the original DNA can be retrieved. Then, they can come back and take a look. As for the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project's promoter, Amai Ayo, he escaped with a huge amount of money on his back. No one knows where he went. This incident can be considered to have come to an end. Of course, the higher-ups know that this is only temporary. Right now, the entire project is leaning towards the missing person notice. The people living in Academy City didn't know that on the surface of peace, the undercurrents were so turbulent that they could bury even the tiniest trespassers, Academy City School District 7, inside the windowless building. What do you plan to do? A voice that seemed to come from the heavens, mixed with a lot of busy tones, sounded in this strange space. As the voice came out, the air in this space seemed to condense, and it was very heavy. Alistair's unchanging body floated slightly in the culture tank filled with liquid. He wasn't surprised by the sudden voice, but remained silent. After learning his lesson several times, Alistair was no longer doing useless things. He knew that his greatest intelligence-gathering ability, the hovering loop, was useless against the mastermind this time. Therefore, he didn't check the images of the scene. After listening to the report, he remained in this state. Are you planning to give up? Alistair finally reacted a little. To be more precise, he took some action. A projection screen appeared in front of him. Looking at the image on the screen, Alistair didn't say anything. He knew that the owner of the voice knew what he meant. And the image on the screen was Mikoto herself. It's not like you to take this step. His voice was still as calm as an ancient well. Although it was very strange, it was not difficult to hear the indifference in it. Of course, to him, nothing really mattered. When Alistair heard this, he immediately turned off the projection screen and closed his eyes. After a long time, he finally said something. Stop, it's not like me at all. On the other side, in Wu Yan's house, of course, it wasn't the house that was smashed full of holes by Mujino Shizuri and Kahara Yamada. It was Wu Yan's new house. Wu Yan was sitting on the ground with a small notebook in his hand. His hand didn't move, but the contents on the screen kept changing. Only a small amount of electricity flowed from Wu Yan's hand into the small notebook. After completing the last step, Wu Yan stopped the electricity in his hand. Putting away the notebook, Wu Yan stretched lazily, feeling very satisfied. How could he not be satisfied? This time, not only did he make a fool out of those hateful hounds, causing them to suffer heavy casualties, he even almost managed to save his sisters. Now, the sisters in Wu Yan's biocontainment device, including the ones he saved with his genetic life serum, number more than 19,000. As long as he can save the remaining few hundred sisters, Mikoto's wish will be fulfilled. His first mission will also be completed. Now that almost all of the sisters are in his hands, the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project can no longer be carried out. In the future, there shouldn't be any more sisters dying. Although the sisters can be brought back to life, Wu Yan doesn't want them to go through the experience of death. So, it's best if there are no casualties. Wu Yan knows that the remaining few hundred sisters won't be that easy to save. With their numbers reduced, the Research Institute will have more manpower to protect them. From now on, he can only take it slow. Looking at the notebook in his hand, Wu Yan smiled. Mikoto's ability is really useful. If it wasn't for this ability, I would have to ask Ikaros to erase the records of my cheap house. Facing those so-called scientific researchers, how could Wu Yin not think of anything? Although he admits that he can't be compared to Alistair in terms of intelligence, Wu Yin still has the ability to deal with those people who have lost their minds. Fortunately, with Makoto's ability, it's easy for her to tamper with any data. This saved Wu Yin a lot of unnecessary trouble. Touching the biocontainment device on his wrist, Wu Yin couldn't help but smile. When he thought of the sisters in there, he couldn't help but want to let them out and interact with them. It's a pity that once they are released, Wu Yan's house would probably be surrounded by them. Also, the sisters are still recovering their bodies. Unlike the instant effect of genetic life supplement, the healing effect of genetic perfection supplement is a slow process. Well, take it slow. Wu Yin looked at the biocontainment device and smiled at it. It's as if he's talking to the sisters. Makoto is also very happy. A voice suddenly came from behind Wu Yin, startling Wu Yin. He turned around, and when he saw the owner of the voice, he helplessly shook his head. Don't you know that you can scare people to death? Chuju flipped her beautiful pink hair without a care and sat in front of Wu Yin. She said, I talked to Makoto on the phone. Makoto already knows what happened last night. She's very happy. So many sisters were saved. Wu Yin heard this and rolled his eyes at Chuju. You're still on the phone. Aren't you afraid of being monitored? Chuju, on the other hand, was disdainful. Since you already thought of it, I don't believe you didn't prepare at all. Wu Yin spread his hands and smiled proudly. Chuju looked at him with hatred and resisted the urge to bite him. Chuju thought of something and sighed. I really didn't expect there to be so many people who are exactly like Makoto. Wu Yin laughed. If the sisters know you call them people, they'll be very happy. Chuju also laughed. Yeah, they're happy because of something that's only natural. How cute. I also want a sister. Wu Yin heard Chuju's words and looked at Chuju. He stared at her until she felt uncomfortable, and then he said with an evil smile, Well, if you want a sister, I can't help it. Wu Yin moved to Chuju's side and hugged her under Chuju's surprised cry. But if you want a daughter, I can't help you. Chuju's face suddenly turned red. What did I say? I don't want. Wu. Chapter 180. The plan to evolve absolute ability users was put on hold. The matter came to a close. Wu Yin also had some free time. Now that the sisters don't have to die anymore, he has plenty of time to save them. As long as he grinds it out, even if it's one a day, he will be able to save all of them. During the day, Wu Yin would take a stroll around Academy City with a group of beautiful girls. He would set off flashbangs all over Academy City. It's quite a joyous occasion. At night, he would have sex without any shame. Of course, his partner is still Chuju. As for Ikaros and Xianxia, Wu Yin doesn't have the guts to push them down yet. Even if Ikaros and Xianxia said they wanted to make Wu Yin happy, Wu Yin wouldn't dare to push them down in public with Kaisha-sama at home. That's why he needs the right time, the right place, and the right people. Wu Yin's words. Of course, Wu Yin would occasionally go back to being a cat burglar and try to steal one or two Misaka sisters. However, the sisters are now heavily protected. Even Wu Yin can't do anything without being exposed. Under such circumstances, Wu Yin could only steal one or two Misaka sisters when the researchers weren't paying attention. The rest of the time, he would have to return empty-handed. As time passed, Wu Yin became frustrated, but he still persisted in visiting in hopes of finding an opportunity or two. Apart from this, Wu Yin seems to have returned to being a normal person. He's living a normal life, enjoying the treatment that he could only see on the screen. As for Makoto, that girl would come to Wu Yan's place every 2 to 3 days. Her excuse is that she's too bored, but no one believes her. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Wu Yin has seen plenty of the tsundere Misaka Makoto. However, every time Makoto visits, there would be a Yuri girl with 2 ponytails following her around. This perverted creature, Kuriko, would often bare her fangs at Wu Yin when Makoto couldn't see. She looked like she wanted to eat Wu Yin alive. This gave Wu Yin a headache. It also made Wu Yin, who was looking forward to another flight together with her. Makoto also felt awkward. She doesn't know why, but Kuriko has been sticking to her. Every time Makoto goes out, she would make a fuss and insist on following her. There were a few times when she didn't even go to the disciplinary committee. Makoto has a headache. Wu Yin was probably the only one who knew that the Yuri girl was following him around to prevent Makoto from being violated by him. However, she didn't know that Makoto had already been violated by him. If she knew, Wu Yin is sure that he would have a few more steel needles inserted into his body every day. Makoto and Kuriko's arrival caused the other two cute creatures of the Super Canon Quartet to come to Makoto's place frequently. They mingled with Ikaros, Astria, Chuju, and the others. They also left Wu Yin to the side, leaving Wu Yin to mourn in a corner. Hinajiku and the rest were very happy with the arrival of the Super Canon Quartet, because every time they came, they would bring with them one or two strange adventure stories. The Void Explosion Incident, Fantasy Mataru Incident, Fantasy Beast Incident, and Open Up Incident happened every few days. Astria's eyes lit up every time she saw the Super Gunner Quartet. She was looking forward to hearing new stories to listen to. Every time this happens, Wu Yin would sit alone in a corner and listen to the so-called adventure stories from Makoto and the others. His mouth would twitch and his lower body would ache. His entire body would feel like it was in pain. Can't you see the plot? I've seen it countless times on the screen. It had already been replayed dozens of times, hadn't it? I can't afford to be hurt. Can't you see? Can't you see? On the other hand, Wu Yin couldn't help but sigh in relief when he heard that the plot didn't change. At least this forbidden world is still the forbidden world he's familiar with. Time passed by peacefully until one day. Master, Wu Yin, who was browsing on the computer, turned around when he heard Ikaros' voice. When he saw Ikaros, Wu Yin couldn't help but be stunned. The current Ikaros is getting more and more emotional. Even though Ikaros would only change when she's with him or talking about him, the effect is very good. Now, whenever Wu Yin stares at Ikaros' eyes for more than 3 seconds, Ikaros would blush and turn her head away. That cute look made Wu Yin think she's cute. Ikaros would also appear in Wu Yin's room every morning and get bullied by Wu Yin once or twice. This caused her ample bosom to become unrestrained under the cover of her clothes. This caused Ikaros' charm to increase by several percentage points. Facing Ikaros, who is getting prettier by the day, even Wu Yin, who has been looking at this face every day, even if he has kissed this face, he would still be in a daze from time to time. This is a testament to Ikaros' charm. Seeing her master staring at her in a daze again, Ikaros couldn't help but blush. She lowered her head. Only then did Wu Yin come back to his senses. Rubbing his nose, Wu Yin smiled at Ikaros. At the same time, he called her a vixen in his heart. Looking at Ikaros' hot body, Wu Yin felt that it wouldn't be strange if one day he couldn't hold it in and pushed her down. What's the matter? Ikaros. Ikaros fidgeted for a bit before handing a letter to Wu Yin. Master, just now, someone brought you a letter like this. He said it's for you. A letter for me. Wu Yin looked at the letter in Ikaros' hand in surprise. He scratched his head suspiciously and took it. Casually flipping through it a couple of times, he's puzzled. Logically speaking, he didn't have any acquaintances when he was assigned the identity by the system. And after coming to Academy City, he didn't know anyone either. Who would send him something? As for Makoto and the rest, Wu Yin directly rejected that idea. They come here every day. If they want to give him something, they could just take it. Why would they send it? Unable to figure it out, Wu Yin tore the envelope open. What entered his eyes was a red envelope with a golden border. On the envelope, there were 3 big words written on it. Invitation letter? Wu Yin was even more puzzled. Looking at the 3 small words at the bottom right corner of the letter, Wu Yin was surprised again. Tokawadai. Could it be the Tokawadai Midsummer Festival invitation letter from the original work? Wu Yin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and then shook his head to deny it. If it really is that Midsummer Festival, Makoto, who came this morning, would have invited him. Searching the letter again, Wu Yin saw that there was another letter inside. Immediately, he picked up the milk tea on the side and opened it while drinking. A very elegant and beautiful line of words was imprinted into Wu Yan's vision. To the beloved Wu Yan, sir. Sir Wu Yan, greetings. Sorry to disturb you. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive me, sir. When I was at Tokawadai, this concubine had heard of your name. This concubine was very curious about you. Since the day I heard of your name, this concubine could not forget about you. She wished that she could personally talk to you. This concubine's thoughts were, today, I really can't hold back my desire to see your excellency. Therefore, I personally wrote an invitation letter and handed it to your excellency. I hope that your excellency will not be stingy and will be able to meet me. I'm extremely grateful to your excellency. Looking at this genteel and ambiguous letter, more like a love letter than an invitation letter, Wu Yin helplessly shook his head. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. As expected of someone from Tokawadai, there was both a concubine and sir. The style of a big miss is undeniable. However, this also made Wu Yin certain that the owner of this letter was definitely not Mikoto. If Mikoto could write such a genteel letter, she wouldn't be Mikoto. When Wu Yin saw the signature at the bottom, his eyes suddenly widened, and he spat out the milk tea in his mouth and cried out involuntarily. How could it be her? Chapter 181. Academy City School, District 7, Tokawadai. Wu Yin stood in front of a door that was much taller than the wall. He looked at the inspection facility in front of him. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to walk in. He was still holding the invitation letter that made him want to spit out milk. Wu Yin had mixed feelings. He didn't know what kind of expression he should use to face what's about to come. After all, why would they invite a person like him who has no accomplishments in Academy City and is even considered a delinquent in his personal records to come here? Being familiar with the original plot, even if his IQ is limitless, he would have more or less guessed the reason. It's probably because of Mikoto. Looking at the name on the invitation, Wu Yan's lips twitched, but he said with certainty. That's why Wu Yan didn't bring Ikaros and Astria with him. Who knew what that black-bellied guy was plotting again? If Mikoto finds out that I've come all the way here to look for someone as annoying as her, she'll definitely give me an electric shock without a second thought. That guy, don't tell me he's just trying to flirt with me and then inform Mikoto to catch me. This kind of plot from the 8 o'clock TV. Wu Yin made up a story with a fake smile. He sighed and walked towards the door. Screw it, if worst comes to worst, I'll just F***CK her up. Walking on a small path, Wu Yin looked around and felt a bit puzzled. He thought that he would go through layers upon layers of checks before being released. After all, he's a guy who wouldn't be at ease if he came to a place where there are only girls. Who would have thought that after he showed the invitation in his hand, there would be no obstructions along the way? Of course, along the way, the girls would look at him as if he was a prehistoric beast or a beast. Wu Yin, Sama, this is the place. My mistress is waiting for you inside. After walking for some time, the girl who came out of nowhere to lead the way stopped in front of a building and said respectfully to Wu Yin. Of course, if you look closely, you'll notice that the girl kept looking at Wu Yin with suspicion. If you look closely, you'll notice she's the girl from Tokawadai who saw Wu Yin and Mikoto going out on a date. Wu Yin stopped and looked at the building in front of him. With Wu Yan's eyesight, he saw a girl with long blonde hair sitting in front of a table on the balcony on the second floor of the building. When he saw this figure, Wu Yin thought to himself. Then, under the guidance of the Tokawadai girl, he walked inside. She had long blonde hair and a voluptuous and perfect figure. She was wearing Tokawadai's school uniform, but her hands and feet were covered in white long gloves and stockings with spiderweb patterns. She was a beautiful girl that people couldn't take their eyes off of at first glance. She closed her eyes and sat in front of a white, round table. She held a cup of tea in her hand and placed it next to her seductive mouth. She was drinking it little by little. Her movements were very elegant. With one look, you can tell she's a typical rich young lady. Beautiful girl, red tea, balcony, blue sky, and white clouds. These four images formed a moving scene. Even Wu Yin, who knew the character of the girl in front of him, couldn't help but sigh at how beautiful this scene was. As for the Tokawadai girl who led Wu Yin, she was already intoxicated by the scene. Her eyes were filled with deep infatuation, looking at the beautiful blonde girl and then looking at the guide who was immersed in the other party's world. He felt helpless. The two of them aren't going to stay in this stalemate, are they? Wu Yin didn't have the patience to stand here and watch the beauty drink tea. Although looking at beauties was a good pastime, it was only to the extent of passing the time. In his home, there were many beautiful girls who weren't inferior to the former. Wu Yin might have cultivated a lot of immunity during this period of time. Therefore, Wu Yin didn't hesitate to break the scene and walked over. His action not only woke up the Tokawadai girl who led the way, it also shocked her. She, a woman, had already lost herself in the other party's world. How could this seemingly ordinary, how could a man like that remain unmoved? Is he not a man? If Wu Yin knew what the Tokawadai girl was thinking, he might want to take off his pants. Perhaps hearing Wu Yin's footsteps, the blonde girl paused and slowly put down the cup in her hand. She looked in Wu Yan's direction and opened her eyes. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to be overshadowed. The sky seemed to have lost all color. Nothing was left except for the pair of golden eyes that were like stars falling from the night sky. They were shining faintly. Stopping, Wu Yin looked at the pair of starry eyes that he had seen countless times on screen. After being stunned for a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a beautiful pair of eyes! The girl who had an indifferent expression and graceful demeanor suddenly froze. Her expression changed abruptly after Wu Yin said that. She looked at Wu Yin with a look of disbelief. Wu Yin felt a bit helpless. Although it's not a bad thing to have a beauty staring at you in a daze, it's a bit unnatural to be stared at like that, right? Wu Yin shrugged and said, I say, Queen Sama, can you not look at me like that? This sentence caused the stunned girl to be even more stunned. She even asked in surprise, you know me? Shokuho Misaki, who blurted out her thoughts, immediately realized what she meant. She scolded herself for being stupid. Wu Yin laughed out loud when he heard her. One of Tokawadai's 2 LV5s, ranked 5th in Academy City, mind control Shokuho Misaki. Who in Academy City doesn't know her? Please tell me. I'll help you beat her up. Shokuho Misaki was stunned for a moment before she burst out laughing. She covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed softly. Her queen-like personality is unmistakable. Sir Wu Yin sure is a humorous person. Shokuho Misaki's starry eyes curved into crescents. She looked very sweet. Inviting your excellency here was indeed the right choice. Wu Yin smiled and walked to the opposite side of Shokuho Misaki. Under the incredulous gaze of the Tokawadai girl, he sat down in front of Shokuho Misaki. Then, Queen Sama, can you tell me why you call me here? Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yin and said with a smile, Ira, didn't I say I wanted to talk to Sir? Talk. Wu Yin also smiled and shook his head. He jokingly said, Queen Sama, do you really believe that a beauty who can get hundreds of thousands of people to come to her door when she says she wants to talk to someone in Academy City would write an invitation letter to a hooligan who has nothing better to do all the time for a talk? Shokuho Misaki calmed down and casually raised the cup in front of her and drank from it. Suddenly, a burst of electric sparks appeared in front of Wu Yin. The sudden flash of electric sparks made Wu Yin's eyes hurt, and he could only raise his hand to block them. Electromagnetic barrier? Seeing this, Shokuho Misaki was shocked. How could she not have seen this phenomenon before? This was obviously the railgun, the electromagnetic shield that Misaka Mikoto used to defend against her ability. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. His heart was filled with helplessness. Looks like this cute thing with a great body didn't have any good intentions. If he didn't have the same ability as Mikoto, he would have been under her control by now. Wu Yin helplessly said to the stunned Shokuho Misaki, Are you satisfied now? Chapter 182. You? Why do you have the same ability as Misaka Mikoto? Shokuho Misaki held the remote in her hand. Her face was full of disbelief. Not only because Wu Yin could resist her ability, but also because this familiar scene surprised her. Others might think that Wu Yin's ability is the same as the third person's ability. After all, in Academy City, There are a lot of people who can use electricity. But even if he can fool everyone, he can't fool the Tokuwadai Empress, Shoko Homisaki, who doesn't look like a high school student at all, an ability that can completely resist her ability. And it's the ability of her nemesis. How could Shoko Homisaki not have studied it before? Even if she mistook the ability of everyone in Academy City, Shoko Homisaki wouldn't mistake Miss Sakamikoto's ability. Wu Yin smiled nonchalantly. He glanced at the remote in Shoko Homisaki's hand and said cheekily, "You want to know? Too bad I'm not telling you." Hearing Wu Yan's teasing, Shoko Homisaki's eyebrows twitched. She realized that she lost her composure. She couldn't help but be angry at herself. After all, she's only seen Wu Yan for a short while, and she's already lost her composure countless times. This is something that would never happen in the past. Unfortunately, whether it's Wu Yan's lack of concern about her charm, or his heartfelt praise for her pair of monstrous eyes, or his ability that's exactly the same as Miss Sakamikoto's, it's all challenging Shoko Homisaki's mental barrier. Shoko Homisaki originally thought that no matter what happens, she can face it calmly. After all, she has the ability to control her heart. She's seen countless darkness. She's been ruthlessly honed. But this man in front of her, his actions made Shoko Homisaki's originally calm heart flutter. She looked at the cheeky Wu Yin with a complicated expression. Shoko Homisaki quickly collected her emotions and returned to her usual calm self. Shoko Homisaki calmly put away the remote in her hand and grumbled, "I didn't expect you to have such an annoying ability." Wu Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Well, this ability is indeed annoying to Shoko Homisaki, but this Shoko Homisaki isn't as simple as she looks. Even a child knows that abilities can't be exactly the same, but she's still able to remain so calm after knowing his ability, as expected of mental control ability. What he didn't know is that after hiding her complicated feelings, Shoko Homisaki's attitude toward Wu Yin changed from one of playfulness to one of curiosity. He was unrestrained and unrestrained, and he was able to deal with things indifferently in front of her. His every word was incomparably casual, yet there was no flaw at all. How could such a person be a hoodlum? Even if Shoko Homisaki believed that the man in front of her was a woman, she didn't believe that he was a hoodlum. On top of that, she seemed to be in a relationship with a third person, and that person had the exact same ability as her. Shoko Homisaki's curiosity towards the man in front of her has reached a boiling point. Looking at Shoko Homisaki's starry eyes, Wu Yin felt a headache coming on. He used to like Queen Mo, but now that he's in front of her, Wu Yin knows that she's a woman you either don't mess with, or you have to be prepared to be eaten by her. Is the queen that easy to conquer? Wu Yin thinks that's nonsense. If he's in a relationship with the queen, then if he can't conquer her, then he can only be conquered. So, at least for now, Wu Yin doesn't have any thoughts towards the queen. Of course, that's only for now. Sighing helplessly, Wu Yin half-jokingly said, "I say, Jusama, if you look at me like that, I'll feel embarrassed." Shoko Misaki smiled. "Can't help it. I'm really curious about you." What he said was indeed true. Curious about me? Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Shoko Misaki. "I think you're just curious about who's with Mikoto." Hearing this, Shoko Misaki paused for a moment, then laughed softly. "Era, it seems like you're really related to our Tokuwadai's electric princess." Wu Yin pursed his lips. "If I'm not related to Mikoto, then I don't think you'd come looking for me." "Jusama, I'll explain it to you right here." "Oh, I'd like to hear the details." Maintaining the same smile, Shoko Misaki looked at Wu Yin, but her heart couldn't help but flutter. The one talking to him is me, someone who has countless supporters. This guy, he actually looks like he's impatient with me. Does he dislike me that much? Wu Yin looked at Shoko Misaki, then suddenly stood up and reached out his hand. Under Shoko Misaki's stunned expression and the Tokuwadai girl who led the way, Wu Yin lifted her chin and said frivolously, "Jusama, don't worry about guarding your Tokuwadai. Mikoto won't participate in your turf war game, so you don't have to keep targeting her. It's meaningless." Shoko Misaki's eyes narrowed. A bit of anger appeared in her heart. She looked at Wu Yin with stubbornness and persistence. After all, What she's been doing was called a game. How could it not be popular? Seeing Shokuho Misaki's expression, Wu Yin knew she didn't take his words seriously. He could only helplessly shake his head, look straight in her eyes, and said disapprovingly, "Maybe you think I'm talking big, but what I want to say is Mikoto is destined to not stay in this small Tokawadai. She has a bigger world waiting for her. That's where she shines." A bigger world? Shokuho Misaki was shocked. Wu Yin didn't look like he was joking. At this moment, she suddenly hoped that this young man in front of her was really just a hooligan who knows how to talk big. "Yes," Wu Yin said in a daze. Thinking about the vast continent of the Spalier world, thinking about the countless familiar dungeons in the system, Wu Yan's lips curled up, his heart suddenly filled with the pride of conquering the world. Shokuho Misaki stared blankly at Wu Yan's smiling face. That unbelievable speech still reverberated in her heart. Her intuition told her that everything Wu Yin said wasn't false. At this moment, Shokuho Misaki really felt small. Looking at Wu Yin, she couldn't help but ask, "Then, this bigger world you speak of, where is it? Are you trying to say that Misaka Mikoto should be active in the entire Academy City?" Lightly shaking his head, Wu Yin smiled. "Well, who knows? Maybe it's not this world." Shokuho Misaki wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She didn't know why, but her heart actually started to believe Wu Yin. It shocked her. "So, you don't have to worry about your so-called territory being taken away by Mikoto. I hope you won't be so hostile towards her in the future." One hand still holding Shokuho Misaki's chin, the other hand patted her smooth and delicate face. Wu Yin smiled at her and let go. "Well, I'm leaving, Jusuma. We'll meet again if we have the chance." Wu Yin waved his hand and walked out. For him, the purpose of this visit was achieved. "Where are you going?" Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but ask a question that shocked her. Wu Yin and the Tokawadai girl who led the way. Wu Yin's footsteps paused, and he said in an annoyed tone, "Going back to find a pretty girl for a date. Are you satisfied with this answer?" "Ju-sama." Shokuho Misaki suddenly laughed. "Allah, can't I catch your eye and become your date?" Hearing this, Wu Yin turned around and looked at Shokuho Misaki with a serious expression. Shokuho Misaki was just joking about Wu Yin ignoring her, and her expression became unnatural. He quickly walked over and grabbed her hand. "You want to go on a date with me? Then let's go, Ju-sama. I'll give you an unforgettable date." Chapter 183. Holding Shokuho Misaki's hand, the two hid in a corner, watching a group of Tokawadai girls shouting Jo-sama, while rushing towards them like a swarm of locusts. Only then did Wu Yin bring Shokuho Misaki out. Speechless, Wu Yin looked at the giggling Shokuho Misaki, speechless. "You sure have a lot of fans." Shokuho Misaki stroked her hair and smiled faintly. "That's why. It's better if you don't kidnap people by force in the future." Wu Yin pursed his lips. He knows that Shokuho Misaki is unhappy with him for dragging her out. Actually, he didn't know why, but he just ran away with Shokuho Misaki on a whim. If it's a date, he was just joking, but since he brought her out, he might as well go on a date. After all, he's the one taking advantage of her. "Okay, the annoying guy is gone. Let's go on a date like we agreed, Jo-sama." Wu Yin looked at the frozen Shokuho Misaki and said with a weird smile. Hearing Wu Yan's weird tone, Shokuho Misaki was a bit confused. Wu Yin didn't know why he suddenly dragged her out for a date, but how could Shokuho Misaki not know why she followed Wu Yin to avoid her subordinates? Originally, she said she wanted to be Wu Yan's date because she didn't want him to ignore her, so she made a joke. But now, she can't back down. However, as the fifth master of Academy City, mind control, toying with people's minds was nothing out of the ordinary, including her own. Shokuho Misaki only needed to modify her mind a little before she calmed down. "I'm looking forward to my date with you as well," Shokuho Misaki said in a serious tone. Wu Yin frowned when he saw how different Shokuho Misaki is compared to before. Wu Yin reached out and poked Shokuho Misaki's forehead, causing her to yelp in pain. "Don't show off your ability. Otherwise, you won't be happy about the date later." Shokuho Misaki rubbed her forehead. Hearing Wu Yan's words, she froze for a moment and went silent. Silently shutting down her ability, Shokuho Misaki mocked herself. Yeah, this annoying ability. How can it make me happy? Shokuho Misaki didn't know that her whispers were clearly heard by Wu Yan. Wu Yan turned to look at Shokuho Misaki and shook his head helplessly. Everyone in Academy City had their own stories. Mikoto was one, and so, with Shokuho Misaki, Wu Yan grabbed Shoko Misaki's hand and pulled her out of the room before she could react. Since it's an ability you don't like, then don't use it. You don't want to use it? Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan. Of course, being held back, she could only see Wu Yan's back. That's easy for you to say. You don't understand anything at all. No, I understand. Wu Yan didn't even turn his head as he replied, shocking Shokuho Misaki. That's because I understand. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuho Misaki lowered her head and looked at her hand in silence. No boy has ever held her hand before. This reckless guy, I really want to break free from him. That's what she thought, but she didn't do it. Even she herself found it hard to believe. Not knowing what's going on, she just let Wu Yan pull her hand and walked away. Walking on the streets of Academy City, Shokuho Misaki looked at the people around her, exclaiming and pointing at her from time to time. She could faintly hear words like pretty, beautiful, but most of them were eyes, stars, so strange, and so on. Shokuho Misaki gritted her teeth and lowered her head. She even closed her eyes, but doing so only made the whispers of the people around her clearer. Shokuho Misaki opened her eyes in anger. Her computing power started to go crazy. She couldn't stand the people pointing at her. She decided to brainwash them. But before she could use her ability, she felt a sharp pain in her hand that was being held by Wu Yan. The calculations in her mind were replaced by pain, and she stopped. You? Shokuho Misaki, who wanted to scold Wu Yan, glared at Wu Yan. But when she saw the helpless smile on Wu Yan's face, she couldn't bring herself to scold him. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Shokuho Misaki and said angrily, I say, did you make a mistake somewhere? What do you mean? Shokuho Misaki frowned. She didn't seem to understand what Wu Yan meant. Wu Yan shook his head and said to her, Did you see those gazes on you? Shokuho Misaki turned silent. Wu Yan helplessly poked her forehead with his finger, causing her to yelp in pain. He continued, You saw the gazes on you and the words they used to talk about you. Why didn't you notice the gazes on me and the words they used to talk about me? Shokuho Misaki, who was still holding her forehead, was startled. She looked around suspiciously at the gazes on Wu Yan. Then she froze. She saw that the gazes on Wu Yan were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They wanted to kill Wu Yan with their gazes. Compared to the words they said about her, it was obviously much more dangerous. Burn you to death, winner in life, curse you, and so on. Shokuho Misaki slowly turned her head and looked at Wu Yan's helpless and speechless face. She couldn't help but smile. Seeing Shokuho Misaki smile, the passers-by were also stunned. They couldn't move their eyes away from Shokuho Misaki. Seeing the infatuation in the eyes of the passers-by, Shokuho Misaki's smile became even sweeter. Even Wu Yan, who was always surrounded by flowers, couldn't help but take a few glances at her. See, don't think the worst of everything. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Shokuho Misaki. Shokuho Misaki raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed. Can I understand that you're comforting me? Her tone was very flirtatious. Her eyes were very flirtatious, and her actions were very flirtatious. The passers-by looked at Wu Yan with fire in their eyes. Wu Yan's mouth twitched, looking at Shokuho Misaki's obviously smiling eyes. Wu Yan kept telling himself in his heart, Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's easy to hurt your body. Under the resentment of the passers-by and Shokuho Misaki's vengeful smile, Wu Yan couldn't bear it anymore. He reached out his finger and poked it. Shokuho Misaki quickly covered her forehead. It looked like she was hugging her head and squatting down, very cute. He pulled Shokuho Misaki's hand and pulled her to his side. Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan, who was standing next to her. Even she didn't notice that the corner of her mouth had involuntarily pulled up into a smile. The two walked side by side, hand in hand. At this moment, it looked like they were on a date. If the date with Mikoto was filled with love and ripples, then the date with Shoko Misaki was filled with sweetness and warmth at this moment. The two of them were just like a normal couple, going shopping together, eating snacks together, and playing games together. Even Shoko Misaki had forgotten that she was dragged here because she couldn't back down. She was completely immersed in this experience that she had never experienced before. Towards the end, the smile on Shoko Misaki's face never stopped. Her bell-like laughter kept ringing, attracting the attention of the passers-by. And it seems like a lot of people have noticed Shoko Misaki's identity. They look like they've seen a ghost. In less than an hour, the news of Tokuwadai's queen, LV5's 5th place, Shoko Misaki's date with a strange man, was posted on the internet. Other places don't know, but one thing is for sure, Tokuwadai is known by everyone, including a certain Babibalai, Kuriko, and a perverted girl. Holding the phone, looking at the picture of Wu Yin and Shoko Misaki holding hands and eating the same ice cream. A current flowed into the phone, causing it to smoke. The owner of the phone lowered her head with a gloomy expression. Wanisama. Kuriko's face stiffened. Looking at the volcano in front of her, she couldn't find the words to add insult to injury. Chapter 184. Walking on the street, Wu Yin held a bag in each of his hands. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, causing him to shiver violently. He looked around in bewilderment, as if trying to find the source of the danger. What's wrong? Shoko Misaki, who was holding Wu Yan's hand, of course felt Wu Yin shiver. She held an ice cream in her hand and looked at Wu Yin in confusion. Wu Yin scratched his head, knocked on his forehead, and exhaled. Nothing. It's probably an illusion. Shoko Misaki rolled her eyes at Wu Yin. You're being paranoid. Are you still afraid of those subordinates? Wu Yan's face fell. He bitterly smiled. Well, who knows how they knew we were here if I didn't run fast enough. Recalling the assortment of weapons in the hands of the supporters of the Queen's faction, even scissors, Wu Yin couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. You're right. How did they know we were here? Shoko Misaki frowned. She's good at scheming, subconsciously trying to figure out the answer to these questions. Wu Yin shrugged. He laughed. Who knows? Maybe not just them. Maybe the entire Tokuwadai knows we're here for a date. Wu Yin, who casually said this, got a bad premonition. Of course, the premonition came and went as quickly as it came. By the time Wu Yin reacted to it, it was already gone. Puzzled, Wu Yin touched his chest. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He looked at Shoko Misaki, who was deep in thought. He reached out and poked her forehead. Shoko Misaki, who thought Wu Yin was going to poke her, almost screamed. Don't think about it. Who cares what it is? It's not a life-threatening situation. Why think so much? As he went on, his voice got weaker and weaker. Thinking about the tools in the hands of the girls that could humiliate him 100 times over, his mouth twitched. No, maybe I should think about it. This is definitely a life-threatening situation. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shoko Misaki couldn't help but laugh. She was amused by Wu Yan's strange confession. Shoko Misaki probably didn't know that she smiled more today than she did in her entire life. Of course, excluding the fake smile she used to deal with others. But after hearing Wu Yan's words, Shoko Misaki didn't think too much about it. She licked the ice cream in her hand and put it in front of Wu Yan's mouth to let Wu Yin take a bite. They've done this countless times before. Looking at how intimate they are, if they were to tell others that this is their first meeting, out of 100 people, 100 would not believe it. Maybe even the people involved wouldn't understand why. Walking on the street, Wu Yin suddenly stopped and looked at a building. His eyes seemed to be fixed on that building. He looked up at the signboard on the building and didn't say anything. What's wrong? Since Wu Yin didn't move, Shoko Misaki, who was holding his hand, couldn't move either. She followed Wu Yan's line of sight and she froze. You're not thinking of going in, are you? Shoko Misaki took a deep breath and asked with a smile. Of course, this smile was a bit forced. Wu Yin nodded without hesitation. His eyes almost lit up, his lips curled into a smile that made Shokuho Misaki tremble in fear. Looks pretty good. Let's go in and have some fun. Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yin speechlessly. She seriously looked at the sign that says indoor swimming pool. Her eyes filled with contempt towards Wu Yin. Even if I don't use my ability, I can guess what you're thinking. Shokuho Misaki said. Wu Yin rubbed his nose and smiled. What's wrong with that? I don't even know how long it's been since I last swam. Shokuho Misaki moved her face closer to Wu Yin's and asked suspiciously, Are you sure your real goal is to swim? Wu Yin curled his lips and asked directly, Then are you going or not? I'm going. Shokuho Misaki puffed out her chest. This action undoubtedly made a well-developed part of her body even more dangerous, as if to emphasize it. Sitting on a stool, Wu Yin was wearing a pair of boxer shorts. Looking at the empty pool in front of him, he was speechless. Quoting Gisama's words, I don't want to squeeze in a pool with other men. She actually asked Wu Yin to book the entire swimming pool. Even though Wu Yin still has a lot of gold coins, but to book the entire swimming pool and disturb other people's enjoyment, Wu Yin of course wouldn't do it. But this place is quite big. There are quite a few swimming pools, so Wu Yin booked one of them. Wu Yin anxiously waited. Finally, the door to the changing room was pushed open. Jusama walked out from inside. The moment they came out, Wu Yin started rejoicing over the fact that he managed to book a swimming pool. If other guys were to see such a beautiful sight, I'm sure a lot of guys would break up tonight. Bikini. A very pure set of bikini. And it's leopard print. This leopard print bikini on Jusama, who is at least a grade D, has a beautiful figure, delicate face, long blonde hair and golden starry eyes. It couldn't be more compatible. It even gave Wu Yin the idea that this set of bikini was created just for her. Seeing the admiration in Wu Yin's eyes, Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, when they met this morning, Wu Yin only praised her eyes, completely ignoring her charm. Now that Wu Yin is appreciating her beauty again, Shokuho Misaki felt a sense of satisfaction. Of course, it's more like she's secretly happy. Wu Yin seriously looked at Shokuho Misaki, finally fixing his eyes on the pair of big white rabbits in front of her chest. Shokuho Misaki not only didn't feel shy, she even puffed out her chest, her pair of big white rabbits bouncing up and down. Wu Yin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Seeing Wu Yin's expression, Shokuho Misaki charmingly smiled and said in a sweet voice, Do you want to touch it? The cold and tender voice made Wu Yin's heart skip a beat. He immediately became vigilant. This chick is not that easy to take advantage of. She must be planning to play with me again. Thinking about this, Wu Yin didn't realize that he's already taken advantage of her more than enough. For example, eating the same ice cream as her. What are you up to now? Wu Yin looked at Shokuho Misaki with vigilance. He asked cautiously. His fearful look made Shokuho Misaki smile. In order to prevent Shokuho Misaki from coming up with any ideas, Wu Yin quickly said, Okay, don't talk so much. Let's go swim. After saying that, he directly pulled Shokuho Misaki's hand and walked towards the swimming pool, making Shokuho Misaki's little plan die in her stomach. She had no choice but to give up and be dragged into the water. Wu Yin, who was immersed in playing with the water, didn't know. In fact, while he was having fun, danger has already arrived. At the entrance of the indoor swimming pool, at this time there are two guests. Both of them are wearing Tokuwadai school uniform. One is a girl with short brown hair. The other is a girl with pink twin ponytails. It's Makoto and Kuriko. That's right, Yin is here. After closing her eyes and sensing something, Makoto said with certainty. Her eyes flashed dangerously. Her forehead emitted a few sparks of electricity. All these signs are proof that Makoto's heart is not calm right now. Kuriko, who should be gloating and kicking Makoto when she's down, is cowering behind Makoto. Looking at Makoto's reaction, her body involuntarily trembled. After spending so much time with her sister, how could Kuriko not know that her sister is going to make a big scene today if she bumps into her? Thinking of the consequences, Kuriko laughed dryly and muttered, Woo-woo. Kuriko doesn't dare to eat Wani-sama's whipping this time. Chapter 185. When Mikoto strode into the indoor swimming pool, Wu Yin, who was happily swimming in the pool, suddenly froze and stood up from the pool. Why is she here? Wu Yin was stunned. If Mikoto can sense his electromagnetic field with the same ability, Wu Yin can also sense Mikoto's presence. In Wu Yin's perception, Mikoto is here. What? Why is she here? Shokuho Misaki stopped swimming and looked at Wu Yin in confusion. Who's here? Why do you have such a big reaction? Looking at Shokuho Misaki's starry eyes, Wu Yin felt a headache coming on. If these two meet, it's not going to end well. Seeing Wu Yin's expression, Shokuho Misaki seemed to have understood something. She raised her eyebrows and said, "It can't be." Wu Yin laughed awkwardly. Just as his guilty laughter sounded, a burst of beep 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 sound entered their ears from not far away. Wu Yin froze. Looking at Wu Yin and Shokuho Misaki in swimsuits, Mikoto lowered her head. Her bangs covered her eyes. Everything above her nose was shrouded in shadow. From time to time, her body would emit sparks of electricity. An aura like a volcano on the verge of eruption rose from her body. Kuriko tilted her body and looked at Wu Yin in the pool at a 45-degree angle. She looked at him with contempt and disdain, as if she was looking at a scum. Listening to the beep, beep, beep sound, Wu Yin really didn't want to look back. But if he really did that, then he might really be a scum. He looked at Mikoto helplessly. Misaka-san, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Wu Yin, who was about to say something, was interrupted by this sweet voice. Before he could react, he felt his arm being hugged tightly. A very soft and comfortable feeling spread through his body. By the time Wu Yin reacted, Shokuho Misaki was already lying on top of him. Wu Yin slapped his forehead and sighed. Shokuho Misaki must be using him to amuse Mikoto. Sure enough, seeing Shokuho Misaki hugging Wu Yin's arm intimately, Mikoto couldn't hold back anymore and exploded. You. Mikoto's angry voice came out of her mouth. Following that, a bluish-white electric current shot towards the two in the pool in a blink of an eye. Shokuho Misaki didn't seem to be afraid of Mikoto's attack. She seemed to have expected it. She buried her head tightly in Wu Yin's arm, planning to use him as a human shield. Wu Yin jumped in fright. This cannon really can generate electricity just like that. There was no warning at all, but Wu Yin could still see that Mikoto's electric current wasn't even half of her full power. But Mikoto seemed to have forgotten that Wu Yin and Shokuho Misaki were in the pool. Wu Yin raised his hand and waved at the electric current that Mikoto shot at him. As if he was summoning something, the electric current accelerated, gathered together, and hit Wu Yin's hand before disappearing. Putting down his raised hand, Wu Yin looked at Mikoto and said helplessly, "I say, Mikoto, I know you're very angry right now, but you need to look at the situation before you lose your temper. Generate electricity. We're in the pool." Mikoto was stunned for a moment before realizing that they were in the pool. She quickly waved her hand. "So sorry." After apologizing, Mikoto was stunned again. "That's not right. She's here to criticize. Why did she have to apologize to the culprit? Still doing things your own way, Misaka-san." Shokuho Misaki raised her head and used a familiar tone to greet Mikoto. But it wasn't hard to hear the provocation in her voice. Mikoto glared at Shokuho Misaki. She knew that if she were to fight with Shokuho Misaki, she wouldn't be able to win even if there were 100 of her. So she ignored Shokuho Misaki and glared at Wu Yin. "Why are you with her?" Mikoto pointed at Shokuho Misaki and shouted at Wu Yin. "She invited me." Wu Yin's answer was simple and concise. "She invited you?" Mikoto glanced at Shokuho Misaki, who was covering her mouth with her hand, and turned to Wu Yin. She narrowed her eyes, and her tone turned unpleasant. "So, you went on a date with her? How did you know?" Wu Yin flinched as he looked at Mikoto in surprise. Mikoto raised her tightly clenched fist when she heard him. "How did I know?" "Of course I know. Not just me. The entire Tokuwadai knows that you're going on a date with the fifth. The entire Tokuwadai knows. Not only Wu Yin, Even Shoko Misaki was stunned. They didn't expect that in less than half a day, the entire Tokuwadai knows about their relationship. Yeah, everyone knows. Mikoto forced a smile, but her voice sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. She looked at Wu Yin with tears in her eyes. Why are you going on a date with this woman? Misaka-san, how can you say that? Shoko Misaki hugged Wu Yan's arm and rubbed her face against Wu Yan's hand. Mikoto was furious. Isn't it normal to go on a date with your boyfriend? Boyfriend! Mikoto yelled. She couldn't believe the two hugging each other. Kuriko, who was playing the background role, laughed. That scum actually has a relationship with the person that Wani-sama hates the most. Now, that scum can't touch Wani-sama anymore. That's what she thought in her heart. Young lady, touch what? You've already turned black. Seeing Mikoto's dazed expression, Shoko Misaki laughed happily. But then she felt a sharp pain in her forehead. Wu Yin retracted his hand that was about to poke Shoko Misaki's forehead and rolled his eyes at her. Can you please do me a favor and stop provoking me? Shoko Misaki grunted in dissatisfaction and turned her head away. But she didn't say anything else. She seemed to have heard Wu Yan's words. Mikoto, who was familiar with her, was surprised. Well, Mikoto, you know her surname. Don't listen to her nonsense. Today is the first time we met. Wu Yan's explanation didn't make Mikoto feel better. Instead, it made her even angrier. She pointed at Wu Yan. Mikoto was so angry that her body trembled. She stomped her feet on the ground. First time we met, and you went on a date. You can't help it. Wu Yin pretended to be wronged. He acted like he was the biggest victim in the world. Instead of admitting his mistake, he blamed Mikoto. Mikoto, you didn't want to go on a date with me. I can only find someone else. You still want to go on a date with Wani-sama? Don't even think about it. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kuriko suddenly jumped out and yelled. But before she could finish, Mikoto punched her on the ground. She went silent. Mikoto looked at Wu Yin. Her face was completely red. With Kuriko around, I couldn't find a chance. That's why you can't blame me, Wu Yin said. His ability to twist facts has reached the point of perfection. Mikoto gritted her teeth. She glanced at Shoko Misaki and then glared at Wu Yin. Even if you wanted to go on a date, you could have gone for Chuju. Even if there's no Chuju, you could have gone for Ikaros or Astria. Why her? Shoko Misaki didn't mind Mikoto's words. Instead, she focused on something else. Chuju? Ikaros? Astria? Who's that? Shoko Misaki's last sentence was directed at Wu Yin. Obviously, she was asking him. Wu Yin shrugged and looked at Shoko Misaki. Someone important. Someone very important. Shoko Misaki didn't ask anymore. She silently memorized the three names. With her means, it's not surprising that she can find out something. Once again, Shoko Misaki didn't notice that she was starting to pay attention to this stranger she just met today. Chapter 186. Perhaps it's because Wu Yin admitted to Shoko Misaki that he has a very important person in front of her. Mikoto's angry face calmed down a little. In any case, you need to leave that woman. She's not as simple as you think. You won't even know when she's going to sell you off. Wu Yin, of course, understands why Mikoto would say that. Indeed, with Shoko Misaki's ability, if she really wants to sell someone off, the other party might even help her count the money. Mikoto is also reminding Wu Yin. With Shoko Misaki's methods, she's the one who eats the most. Mikoto has been dealt with by her many times. That's why she hates Shoko Misaki so much. It's just that it's not Mikoto's personality to speak ill of others in broad daylight. That's why she changed it to not simple. Actually, she's just worried that Wu Yin might be manipulated by her. Of course, Wu Yin won't be manipulated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted Shoko Misaki's invitation to visit her territory despite knowing her background. The main reason is because he has the same ability as Mikoto, immune to Shoko Misaki's manipulation. That's why he dared to visit her. As the ace of Tokuwadai, Misaka-san's words are really rude. Shoko Misaki, of course, knew what Mikoto was trying to imply. After all, she was planning to control Wu Yin to attack Mikoto. That's why she invited Wu Yin to visit her. Mikoto didn't hold back. It's not like this is the first time you've used this method. Isn't this rude? Are you afraid of being scolded? I don't care what you plan to do, Shokuho Misaki. If you dare to hurt the people around me, I won't forgive you. Shokuho Misaki narrowed her starry eyes and looked back at Mikoto without a care. I'm the one who wants to scold you, Misaka-san. Don't you think it's rude to suddenly intrude on someone's date? Mikoto laughed. Her laughter was so sarcastic that it surprised Wu Yin. At the same time, he sighed. Mikoto would never act like this in front of a person. One could imagine how much Mikoto hated Shokuho Misaki. Get involved in your date? Didn't you hear just now? Yin only went on a date with you because I didn't get to go on a date with him. You're just a backup. Misaka, since you've already said that you didn't get to go on a date with Yin, then please leave. Don't disturb our date. We still have to swim. You. Mikoto clenched her teeth and shouted. I can do it now. So she wanted to go on a date with Yin. The one who should leave is you. Oh, is that so? Shokuho Misaki rested her face on Wu Yan's shoulder, rubbing her chest against Wu Yan's as she spoke seductively to Wu Yan. Hey, little Yin, what do you say? Let little Xian go on a date with you. What do you think? Wu Yan felt goosebumps all over his body. Even though Shokuho Misaki was speaking so close to him, her warm scent was all over his face and her body was rubbing against his body, making him feel all kinds of pleasure. But the nickname between Little Yin and Little Xian is really, don't mess around. Wu Yin glared at her. Even though Shokuho Misaki is very seductive, Mikoto is his rightful partner. If he angered her, he would be in trouble. Unfortunately, Shokuho Misaki seemed determined to fight with Mikoto for this time. Not only did she not listen to Wu Yin, she raised her arms and wrapped them around Wu Yan's neck, pressing her plump breasts against Wu Yan's chest. Little Yin, just say it. Shokuho Misaki's voluptuous body wriggled in front of Wu Yin. She slowly moved her face closer, as if she was going to kiss him in the next second. It was very seductive. Shokuho Misaki's seduction made Wu Yin explode with pleasure, but Mikoto wasn't. Seeing Shokuho Misaki rubbing her chest, from Mikoto's perspective, against Wu Yan's body, Mikoto's temper flared up. She stood by the pool and shouted, Yin, say it. You want to go on a date with that woman? Or do you want to go on a date with me? No. Wani-sama, dating. Kuriko, the lump on the ground, seemed to be provoked by Mikoto's words. It raised its trembling hand, intending to protest, but all it got was a casual kick from Mikoto. It went silent again. Huh, who do you want to go on a date with? Hurry up and choose. Yin, little Yin. X2 looking at the two girls staring at him. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He couldn't stay calm anymore. With tears streaming down his face, Wu Yin screamed in his heart. What the hell is this? How is this possible? Under the urging of the two girls' demon eyes of death perception, Wu Yan's scalp went numb. He had no choice but to make a choice. If I really want to go on a date, of course I want to go with Mikoto. The two girls reacted differently. Shokuho Misaki gnashed her teeth, as if she wasn't willing to give up. As for disappointment, well, I guess she's a bit disappointed. After all, Wu Yin left a mark in her heart. Mikoto, on the other hand, smiled happily, not only because she won against Shokuho Misaki, but also because she didn't misjudge him. In the end, Wu Yin may be a playboy, but he's not the type to abandon women. Shokuho Misaki retracted her hand from Wu Yan's neck and said with dissatisfaction, I didn't expect your taste to be so bad. You'd rather choose that flat-chested girl than me. Mikoto's smile froze. She couldn't help it. Shokuho Misaki's words were too sharp. It hit her where it hurts the most. Wu Yin shrugged and smiled. Well, Mikoto is my woman. Of course I'd choose her. Hearing this, Mikoto's frozen face trembled again. A wave of redness spread from her neck to her entire face, and smoke almost came out. Oh, is that so? Shokuho Misaki paused for a moment, then returned to normal. She felt a little disappointed, but it was only for a moment. Wu Yin nodded calmly. Then he laughed a little weirdly. Also, dating with Mikoto, you could do a lot of interesting activities, Yin. How could Mikoto not know what Wu Yin is talking about with that weird laugh and those words that seem to have a deeper meaning. She's experienced it herself. Recalling their last date, the scene at the cinema, Mikoto blushed and stuttered. Her mouth opened and closed, but she couldn't say anything. Shoko Misaki isn't a simple-minded person, so of course she knew what Wu Yin was referring to. In addition to Mikoto's reaction, Shoko Misaki was stunned. You guys, have you already? Shoko Misaki's meaning was obvious. She was asking if Wu Yin and Mikoto had already done it. No. That's not it. Mikoto took 2 steps back. Smoke was coming out of her head. She glared at Wu Yin, cursing in her heart. This bastard, he actually said it out loud. So embarrassing. Shoko Misaki looked at Mikoto's red face in disbelief, then looked at Wu Yin. A thick sense of jealousy rose from her heart. She still remembers how Wu Yin stood up for Misaka Mikoto in front of her, claiming that Mikoto wouldn't participate in her game, saying that her stage isn't here. She still remembers how everyone used to hate her eyes, seeing her as a monster. But from Wu Yin's mouth, they became a pair of beautiful eyes. She still remembers how Wu Yin helped her to correct her point of view towards the people who gave her pointers. He also helped her to correct her point of view. She still remembers holding hands with Wu Yin, eating the same ice cream with Wu Yin, laughing together, playing together. Today, for Shoko Misaki, is no doubt different. But the person who made all of this happen is the other half of Mikoto, the person she thought was her rival. Really, all the beautiful things will leave me. While thinking so, Shoko Misaki looked at the flustered Mikoto with a flushed face. She gritted her teeth and grumbled in dissatisfaction. Such a bland taste. Yet you like this body. Am I not as good as her? Chapter 187. On the way back to Tokawadai, Wu Yin looked at the 2 girls who completely occupied his arms and hugged him tightly. He sighed as if he had a headache. One of his arms was being held by Mikoto. One side of her face was red as she glared at Wu Yin's other arm. As for the other side, he was being held by Shoko Misaki. Compared to Mikoto, who was glaring at him and blushing, Shoko Misaki's expression was filled with sweetness. She had a smile on her face as she rested her head on Wu Yin's shoulder. She looked very happy, but Wu Yin knew that there was a 99% chance that she was faking it. Feeling the soft bodies of the 2 girls while enduring the stares of the passers-by, Wu Yin's current situation proved that he was in pain but happy at the same time. As for who he's going on a date with, in the end, it's just a matter of course. Although he really wants to go on another passionate date with Mikoto, he's still dating Shoko Misaki. How can he just abandon a girl he just went on a date with and go on a date with another girl? How can he do that? In the end, the date was gone and the swimming plan was ruined. Of course, Wu Yin was satisfied. After all, his desire to see Jusama in a swimsuit was fulfilled. It's just that, for some reason, Jusama kept using him as a public display of affection in front of Mikoto. It's as if she's trying to steal Mikoto's love away from her. Wu Yin is both speechless and enjoying it at the same time. However, he had to admit that Her Majesty Queen's plan was very successful. Just look at Sis Cannon's performance. Normally, Mikoto would at most hold his hand in public. She would never wrap her arms around his hand intimately, of course. The one who benefited in the end was still Wu Yin. All right, we're here. Hurry up and let go. Seeing the Tokawadai dormitory appear in front of them, Wu Yin helplessly said to the 2 girls who were still in a confrontation. Along the way, Wu Yin's hands were almost numb. Mikoto wanted to let go of Shoko Misaki's hand, but when she saw that Shoko Misaki didn't let go, she stopped and shouted at Shoko Misaki, "Hey, did you not hear? Let go of me." Not only did Shoko Misaki not let go, she hugged him even tighter, causing Wu Yin's hand to sink in her pair of plump breasts. "Misaka, classmate, Xiaoyan also told you to let go, so hurry up and let go. Let go first," Mikoto said childishly. Childishly was a good way to describe her. At this point in time, there was no need to argue about who should let go first. At least, Wu Yin felt that she was too weak. Since Misaka, classmate, doesn't want to let go, then I don't mind either, Shoko Misaki said with a got lucky expression. Actually, the one who got lucky is the one you hugged tighter and tighter. Looking at the shameless Shoko Misaki, Mikoto felt as if a blue and white electric current flashed across her forehead. She also tightened her arms and shouted, hugging someone else's boyfriend's hand, "Don't you have any sense of shame? Era, is Misaka classmate declaring your sovereignty?" Shokahome Misaki giggled. She pointed out, "You were the one who told your boyfriend to go on dates with Hinajiku, Ikaros, Astria, and so on, so she still remembers that." Mikoto was also shocked. Her expression changed. She fidgeted for a while and then stomped her feet. They're different. What's different? Seeing that Mikoto didn't want to reveal any information about the three girls, Shoko Misaki's eyes flashed with disappointment. She smiled and said, "Since Misaka classmate allows your boyfriend to go on dates with other girls, then it's the same with me." "It's not the same." "Then what's the difference?" Mikoto started stammering. In the end, she could only yell out, "Anyway, it's different. Let go of me." "No, hurry up and let go." "I'm not letting go." Seeing the two beauties bickering with each other, and the reason is because of him, Wu Yin felt a wave of pleasure in his heart, but soon his mouth started twitching. Didn't they notice that the noise below their dorm is getting a little loud? What Mikoto and Shoko Misaki didn't notice is that the windows on every floor of Tokuwadai's dorm are already open. Countless girls in Tokuwadai's school uniform are crowding around the windows, looking down at Mikoto and Shoko Misaki, who are intimately hugging the same guy and arguing loudly about something. They all looked like they saw a ghost, their eyes wide open. "Am I seeing things?" One of the girls from Tokuwadai rubbed her eyes, as if trying to dispel the illusion in front of her. She rubbed her eyes with all her might. "I think I'm seeing things." Another girl standing next to her said calmly. She's different from the girl who tried to dispel the illusion. She's convinced that everything in front of her is an illusion. Of course, it's not just them. The other girls from Tokuwadai also reacted from the series of events. They all looked at each other in disbelief. "Isn't that Misaka-sama and Shoko-sama?" "Yeah, what are they doing?" "Seems like they're fighting over who should let go of that guy first." "That's impossible." "Misaka-sama, Shoko-sama are hugging the same guy. This can't be real." "Who's that guy? Could it be the second or first among the LV5 players? He actually managed to win the hearts of our Tokuwadai's Electric Princess and Shokoho Queen." As more and more people started discussing, the voices got louder and louder. Gradually, the whispers turned into loud noises, echoing throughout the entire Tokuwadai dormitory. It also rang in the ears of the two girls who were arguing. The discussion got louder and louder until it reached the ears of the two girls. The two girls' argument got quieter and quieter until it was negligible. When they turned to look at the direction of the dormitory, the two girls froze at the same time. After regaining her senses, Mikoto reflexively let go of Wu Yan's hand. Shoko Misaki, on the other hand, regained her composure after seeing the scene in Tokuwadai dormitory. She openly hugged Wu Yan's hand. After seeing Mikoto let go, she showed a victorious smile. Mikoto gritted her teeth, listening to the discussion. Her face started to redden. In the end, she gave up and shouted, "Let go!" This time, Shoko Misaki was obedient. She naturally let go of Wu Yan's hand. Her calm demeanor was a stark contrast to the flustered Mikoto. This made Wu Yan sigh. But soon, his expression started to become unnatural. If that guy can win the hearts of Misaka-sama and Shoko-sama, what right does he have? That's right. He's not handsome, and he doesn't look like he's LVL5. I really don't know why the two girls are arguing over him. I think he used despicable means to win their hearts. Many men are like this, even in TV dramas. Then aren't Misaka-sama and Shoko-sama in danger? No, we have to save Misaka-sama and Shoko-sama. We have to destroy that bastard. Yes, we have to come up with a plan. We have to do it secretly. The more Wu Yin listened, the more cold sweat poured down his back. Seeing the Tokuwadai girls about to rush down, he quickly said to the two girls, "Since you're here, I'll take my leave first, that's all." Without waiting for the two girls to reply, he left a trail of smoke behind him and disappeared without a trace. The two girls froze for a bit before they came to their senses. They looked at each other before Makoto snorted and left. Shoko Misaki stood there looking at Wu Yan's back as he left. Then, she looked at Makoto, who just entered the dormitory. Her lips curled into a smile as she mumbled to herself. "We will meet again on the other side, by the pool of an indoor swimming pool." A certain black and white ponytail girl was lying on the ground. Her eyes rolled back. Her body twitched from time to time. She didn't struggle for a long time. She had been completely forgotten by them. Chapter 188. Without using his strength, Wu Yan ran as fast as he could and left the Tokuwadai dormitory that was no different from Heltham now. Until he could no longer see a corner of the Tokuwadai dormitory, Wu Yan slowly stopped running and looked back. After confirming that no one was chasing him, Wu Yan sighed in relief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. When he saw Super Cannon and Majin before, Wu Yan thought that the girls in Tokuwadai should be the kind of girls from rich families. After all, during the summer season, the Tokuwadai girls who dressed up as maids were all as soft as water. After today, Wu Yan will no longer think so. The girls in Tokuwadai are not water. They are clearly wolves and tigers. Recalling Shokuho Misaki's support team and the dangerous words of the girls in the Tokuwadai dormitory, Wu Yan's body trembled. He swore that if there is no reason, he will never go there again. It seems that the only girls in Tokuwadai are probably those two who follow after marriage, Fufu Wanbin and one Nei Shirbao. Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he walked in the direction of his home, but soon his footsteps paused. Of course, it was only for a moment, and then he stepped out unnoticed and walked back home as if nothing happened with his hands behind his head. Wu Yan casually moved his feet. If one were to look closely, they would notice that Wu Yan is purposely avoiding places with a lot of people. He's trying his best to go to places with less people. With Wu Yan's deliberate actions, the surrounding pedestrians became fewer and fewer. In the end, there were not many pedestrians around. At this time, in the corner behind Wu Yan, two people wearing black suits and sunglasses, dressed like gangsters, quickly caught up with Wu Yan and stood in front of him, blocking his way. Seeing these two people, Wu Yan took 2 steps back with a little fear on his face, but he pretended to be calm and said, "What are you doing? Robbing? Sorry, I don't have money." The two people in black suits looked at each other, then nodded. One of them took a few steps forward and said to Wu Yan in a low voice, "Someone wants to see you. Can you come with us?" Although it sounded like he was asking for Wu Yan's opinion, looking at his tough face and the other person's hand that had already reached into his clothes, they were going to use force. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, then returned to normal. He looked at the two people in black suits with fear and said timidly, If someone wants to see me, wouldn't they come directly to me?" Unfortunately, these two people in black seemed like they didn't intend to talk to Wu Yan. They directly reached out their hands and planned to take Wu Yan. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyes flashed a cold light. He clenched his hands slightly, and a trace of electric current flowed slightly between his 2 fingers. It was so small that there was no sound or light. But soon, Wu Yan was stunned again. The electric current on his fingers was pinched out by him and disappeared. "Wait a minute." A sudden voice sounded behind Wu Yan, but it made the two people in black suits obediently stop their movements. Wu Yan quickly pretended to be panicked and turned his head to look. A middle-aged man in a white coat, who looked like a doctor and a scholar, stood not far from Wu Yan and others. He had a pair of glasses on his face, and he looked like a refined scum. Wu Yan wanted to punch him. However, Wu Yan still pretended to be panicked and looked at him calmly. The middle-aged man seemed to be very satisfied with Wu Yan's expression. He pushed the glasses on his face and said with a smile, "How can you be so rude to our important guests?" Although Wu Yan wanted to say that they were the ones who looked for him, but looking at that incomparably annoying face, Wu Yan really couldn't raise such a thought. He could only pretend again. "Who are you? Don't be nervous, young man." The middle-aged man smiled at Wu Yan in a friendly manner. Of course, this friendliness was what he thought. Then he slowly walked towards Wu Yin and waved to the two people in black suits. They retreated and looked around vigilantly. "You haven't answered my question yet. Who are you? And why are you looking for me?" Wu Yin looked at the middle-aged man with an expression of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. His voice trembled a little as he asked. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled mysteriously and said earnestly, "Young man, who are we? It's better if you don't know. You should know that knowing too much is not a good thing." Listening to the middle-aged man's mysterious tone, Wu Yan's heart trembled. He couldn't help but directly cut down the middle-aged man with a sword. Who are you trying to fool by pretending to be like this? This was what Wu Yan, who was now planning to become the best actor, was thinking in his heart. The middle-aged man patted Wu Yan's shoulder and said to Wu Yan in a kind tone, "So, you'd better not ask who we are. However, we can answer your other question." After that, the middle-aged man laughed and said to Wu Yan, "We came to find you because we need your help with something. Help?" Wu Yan was stunned. This time, it wasn't an act. He was really stunned. He really couldn't think of anything to help this guy who wasn't close to his uncle and grandmother. Yes. Help. The middle-aged man glanced at Wu Yan and then turned to look behind him. "Young man, we've observed you. From the looks of it, you seem to be very familiar with Tokuwadai's trump card, Railgun Misaka Mikoto." Wu Yan's pupils constricted as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. A murderous glint flashed across his eyes. Realizing that things weren't as simple as they seemed, Wu Yan quickly lowered his head to hide the look in his eyes. When the middle-aged man said this, Wu Yan had a pretty good idea as to why he came looking for him. In the middle-aged man's eyes, Wu Yan's reaction was probably due to the fact that his whereabouts were known to others. After all, this guy in front of him was just a thug. "Young man, don't be afraid. We won't do anything to you," the middle-aged man said with a smile, as if he already had victory in his hands. "As long as you do us a small favor, it'll be fine. In other words, if he doesn't help, he doesn't know what will happen to him." Help? What favor? Wu Yan's face was filled with a "I'm scared, come and bully me" look. The middle-aged man heard Wu Yan's words and smiled. He took out a syringe and handed it to Wu Yan. "You seem to be very familiar with number 3, even close. This favor won't be too hard for you. You just have to help us draw some of number 3's blood. How about that?" As expected. "Really? Just that? You won't make things difficult for me?" Wu Yan hesitated. Of course, the other meaning was that he was tempted. Seeing this, the middle-aged man smiled. "Of course, as long as you help us, not only will we not make things difficult for you, we'll even give you enough money to live on for the rest of your life." The middle-aged man took out a piece of paper and handed it to Wu Yan along with the syringe. "After you complete the task, call this number and contact us. When the time comes, someone will come and collect the items and give you the money you want." After Wu Yan took it, the middle-aged man pushed his glasses and smiled. "Then, I wish us a happy cooperation." He didn't wait for Wu Yan's reply before he walked away on his own, bringing the two men in black with him. Until they disappeared from his sight, Wu Yan's expression completely disappeared. He looked at the syringe in his hand, and with a burst of electricity, he blasted the syringe into ashes. "If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to buy more time, I would have killed that guy with my sword," Wu Yan said with regret. To be honest, he was disgusted. With a sigh, Wu Yan looked towards the direction of Tokuwadai. "Looks like Alistair is planning to make a move on Mikoto. Before that, I hope the matter with my sisters can be resolved." Chapter 189. Academy City, School District 7, Wu Yan's home. In the bathroom, Wu Yan laid in the bathtub, allowing the water to splash over his body as he bathed himself. Rubbing the biocontainment device that he would wear even when taking a bath, Wu Yan sighed. He raised his head and washed his face with a troubled look. As more and more sisters are saved by him, it's getting harder and harder to save the rest. Many nights, Wu Yan would return empty-handed after going to the research facility where the sisters are kept. Tonight is also a night where he returned empty-handed, flinging the water off his face. He stared at the biocontainment device on his wrist. Wu Yin couldn't help but rub his hand against it as he mumbled, "Just a little more." Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and a figure walked in, startling Wu Yin. "Who is it?" Wu Yin looked over. Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw who it was. Ikaros. It's no wonder Wu Yin was surprised. He was in the shower, and Ikaros's current appearance is another reason. She was completely naked, with only a towel barely covering the area below her chest and the area above her thighs. Ikaros was clutching the edge of the towel in front of her. Her hair that was originally tied into two ponytails had already been let down, and her pretty face was flushed red. She's extremely seductive. Wu Yin stared at Ikaros in disbelief. He didn't expect Ikaros to appear in front of him like this in the middle of the night. Doesn't she know he's in there? "Ikaros, you not asleep yet?" Wu Yin gulped and tried to change the topic. It's normal for him to ask this, since Wu Yin just came back from the research facility where the sisters are kept. It's already midnight, and Chuju and Astria are already asleep. "Master." Ikaros is also embarrassed. Her usually expressionless face is now blushing. He knows that Ikaros's emotions aren't as slow as they used to be, but this look of hers almost blinded him. Afraid he'll turn into a wolf, Wu Yin turned his head and stuttered. Ikaros, do you want to take a shower? Just wait a little longer, I'll be done soon." "And no," Ikaros whispered so softly that if there's any noise in the room, you won't be able to hear it. Ikaros, I'm here to look for Master." "Look for me?" Wu Yin tilted his head and said helplessly. "Even if you want to look for me, you have to wait until I'm out." Ikaros lowered her head. In the misty bathroom, her skin looked like it was covered by a veil. Wu Yin couldn't help but stare at her. But Ikaros took 2 deep breaths and raised a red face. She said shyly but firmly, "But Ikaros wants Master to be happy." Wu Yin almost fell head first in a bathtub. When Ikaros said happy, he's pretty sure it's not just any ordinary happiness. Combined with their previous conversation and Ikaros' current state, Wu Yin finally understood why Ikaros would appear here in the middle of the night. Ikaros. Wu Yin exhaled slowly to calm his heart. He smiled bitterly. "Why now?" Ikaros looked a little disappointed. Wu Yin was sure she was really disappointed. "Because Master once said that he wanted Ikaros to do happy things for Master, but Master never did." Wu Yin understood. Indeed, it's been a while since he said he wanted to have fun with Ikaros. Wu Yin also didn't do anything. After all, there's still the president at home. Could it be that Ikaros knew what he was worried about and chose to come here in the middle of the night when Chuju was asleep? Wu Yan's heart fluttered. The so-called right time, right place, right people, there's nothing more suitable than now. Seeing Wu Yin stunned, Ikaros lowered her head again. Her face was full of disappointment. If this expression appeared on the face of the old Ikaros, it'd be inconceivable. "Master, you don't like it?" Ikaros mumbled. Her tone carried an indescribable sense of loss. Wu Yin felt a stab of pain in his heart when he heard that. He quickly replied, "I like it. Of course I like it. Why wouldn't I like Ikaros?" "Master." Ikaros's eyes flashed with joy. She looked up at Wu Yin with anticipation. Then, "Master, can I?" Hearing Ikaros's words, Wu Yin felt like his heart was flying away. Even his body started to float. Once upon a time, girls never came to his door. He had to look for them himself, and he wasn't sure if he could find them. Sizing up Ikaros's body, he didn't push her down, but he's touched her body countless times. Wu Yan's mouth started to dry up. Ikaros is too tempting. Wu Yin stood up from the bathtub. Ikaros was a little surprised. She blushed as she looked at Wu Yin approaching her. Her heart started to pound. This strange state of the energy furnace only appears when she's facing her master. Ikaros didn't know if it's malfunctioning or not, but she didn't hate it. In this short amount of time, Wu Yin was already in front of Ikaros. He raised his hand and rubbed it against her smooth little face. Seeing Ikaros's shy look, Wu Yin felt a wave of satisfaction. Of course, this satisfaction quickly turned into dissatisfaction. 5 fingers brushing against Ikaros's cheeks, Wu Yin smiled and his hand slowly moved down As Wu Yan's hand got closer and closer to her chest, Ikaros's heart started to beat faster. She quickly closed her eyes and enjoyed the foreplay before the transformation. Finally, Wu Yan's hand reached its destination. He lightly pressed on Ikaros's ample bosom and his hand sank in. His hand even slipped and ended up between Ikaros's pair of white bunnies and got caught between them. Ew! Ikaros bit her lips. She didn't know why, but a strong thought made her want to stop herself from making any sound with one hand sliding between her two white bunnies. Wu Yan sighed. So smooth. Ikaros turned her head away. She heard Wu Yan's voice and felt a little shy. This made Wu Yan laugh happily and evilly. Wu Yan kept repeating the action of caressing her. He felt like even if he caressed her for the rest of his life, he wouldn't be satisfied. He kept caressing her until he couldn't satisfy himself with one hand. Then, he raised his other hand and cupped Ikaros's twin peaks. He started massaging them with either heavy or light strokes. Master. Under Wu Yan's actions, Ikaros's skin got redder and redder. She opened her eyes. Her indigo eyes rippled like water, telling Wu Yan that Ikaros is aroused. With a heavy squeeze, his hand sunk into Ikaros's white bunnies. Ikaros couldn't help but raise her head and let out an ah. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. Wu Yan slid one of his hands behind Ikaros and pulled her into his embrace. Then, as if his hand lost its center of gravity, it slid downwards. Ikaros pressed both her hands on her master's chest, feeling her upper and lower body under Wu Yan's control. She opened her red lips and panted softly. From time to time, she would let out a whimper, venting the sensations in her body. Wu Yan's hands moved up and down, one hand rubbing Ikaros's white bunnies, the other hand drawing circles on Ikaros's smooth buttocks. Then, he started to knead as well. As time passed, Wu Yan took a deep breath and moved his hand to the towel on Ikaros's body. Chapter 190. Master. Ikaros felt a little uneasy after exposing herself to her master. She wrapped her arms around her chest. Her wings trembled slightly. It was obvious that her master's heart was in turmoil. Little did she know, her actions made her even more alluring. Looking at Ikaros, who's ready to be plucked by anyone, he felt his chi and blood become active. One rushed to his head, making him dizzy, while the other rushed to his lower body, making him burn with rage. Wu Yan gently slid his hand on Ikaros' back. He only needed to use a little force and his hand would slide down her body at an unimaginable speed. After caressing Ikaros' back, Wu Yan reached out with both hands again. In the past, the best body Wu Yan has ever enjoyed was probably the training he received from Takitsubu Riku in the research lab. As for the others, Chuju, Makoto, Kanuhita Sai, and Frenda, they all have lowly figures. Only Takitsubu Riku's figure is considered voluptuous. Of course, now that the record has changed, Wu Yan felt that if he doesn't summon another character other than Astria, Ikaros' body would be the most attractive to him. In just a short while, Wu Yan already felt his mouth dry up. He couldn't help but hold up Ikaros' face and lean down to kiss her. You. Ikaros whimpered in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she stared at Wu Yan's face. Her eyes softened, and she closed her eyes to enjoy the sensation of their tongues intertwining with each other. His tongue moved freely inside Ikaros' small mouth. Every nook and cranny was under his control. Then he rolled up Ikaros' small tongue and tasted it carefully. His hands didn't stay idle either. He occupied one territory after another on Ikaros' smooth body, including her wings. Wu Yan focused on caressing them. Finally, he reached his hand towards the center of Ikaros' thigh and pressed it there. With a light hook of his finger, Ikaros groaned and opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with panic at Wu Yan's actions. But this time, Wu Yan was already going all out. You. Under Wu Yan's assault, Ikaros couldn't hold back her moans anymore. Even though her mouth was occupied by Wu Yan, she still let out a whimper. Gradually, as Wu Yan's movements intensified, Ikaro's body started to move along with Wu Yan's movements. Her body moved up and down. Her pair of plump breasts shook violently. Leaving Ikaros's lips, he sucked the thread that came out of her mouth in his mouth. He watched as Ikaros's pair of big white rabbits swayed up and down in front of him. The two little pink pearls drew up and down arcs, making him stop breathing for a bit. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yin couldn't help but move his mouth closer, sucking on one of Ikaro's plump breasts. Ikaros moaned. Her hands didn't know what to do. She hugged Wu Yan's head that was buried in her chest and raised her head. Her soft moans were endless. Master. Ikaros clenched her teeth. Her breathing became very rapid. Because of Wu Yan's finger, Ikaros' body was still moving up and down. Master, you, softer. Ikaros didn't even think about it and said this sentence out loud. The current Ikaros, that outstanding computing ability of hers, has long been lost because of Wu Yan. His tongue licked Ikaros' plump breasts, causing her to moan again. Only then did Wu Yan smile mischievously and move away from the pair of big white rabbits. Taking his finger out of Ikaros' body, Wu Yan raised his shining hand and stuffed it into Ikaros' mouth without hesitation. You. Ikaros subconsciously licked Wu Yan's finger that was in her mouth. When that strange taste spread to her taste buds, Ikaros didn't know why, but she shyly tried to move away from Wu Yan's finger. Too bad. Wu Yan hugged her tightly. Ikaros couldn't leave. She could only close her eyes and let Wu Yan's finger play with her tongue, savoring her own taste. Good girl. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction and kissed Ikaros on the forehead. This is the good thing about Ikaros. She's very obedient. When Ikaros' skin turned pink, Wu Yan waved his hand and lifted Ikaros up and placed her on top of his body. Ikaros, it's going to be a little painful. Bear with it. Wu Yan said softly. At the same time, waves of excitement spread out in his heart. Finally, Ikaros is going to be his woman. Master. Ikaros hugged Wu Yan's neck, feeling her lower body being pressed against. Her heart was violently trembling, but she still opened her mouth. Ikaros, don't be afraid of pain. Wu Yan smiled and hugged Ikaros' lower body. After adjusting the position, he fiercely pressed down, and with a loud crack, it penetrated Ikaros' body. You. Ikaros clenched her fists, and she frowned. The pain caused her legs to stiffen. She wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's body, and she didn't dare to move anymore. Since Ikaros didn't dare to move, Wu Yan naturally can't move either. Even if it's Ikaros, this is her first experience, and it's very easy to hurt her. If he doesn't control it well at this time, it will bring unimaginable harm to Ikaros. Wu Yan, who only has tenderness for Ikaros in his heart, has long forgotten about the magical recovery items in the system and the automatic recovery system on Ikaros' body. After the pain passed, Ikaros' heart was filled with a great sense of happiness and a heavy sense of loss. Maybe this is what they call worrying about personal gains and losses. But soon, she didn't have time to think about this. The pain passed and was replaced by emptiness, an urgent need to be filled with something. Subconsciously, Ikaros twisted her body and felt the pleasure her master brought her. Her furrowed brows loosened and her eyes began to ripple. Master, there's a strange feeling. Even if Ikaros is lacking in emotional knowledge, she knows she's feeling very comfortable right now. But the word comfortable that came out of her mouth unknowingly became the so-called strange feeling without her consent. Wu Yan, who has had plenty of experience in this, of course he understood the meaning behind Ikaros' words. He chuckled and said with a wicked smile, "Strange feeling? Then Ikaros, are you comfortable?" You. Twisting her body uncontrollably again, Ikaros lowered her head and whispered with pink cheeks. "Yes, Master Ikaros, it's comfortable." Wu Yan also narrowed his eyes, too pleasurable to the point of speechlessness. Feeling the pressure from Ikaros' lower body, Wu Yan couldn't help but move. Once he moved, it got out of hand. Ikaros' body swayed up and down. Her whole body hung on Wu Yan's body. She started moaning loudly, no longer suppressing her voice. "Ah, ah, Master!" Ikaros raised her head and moaned at the same time. "Master! Ah, are you happy?" "Yes, of course." Wu Yin panted and stood up. He skewered Ikaros on his body like a barbecue, eliciting a loud moan from her. At the same time, he tossed her body up and down, enjoying himself. "I'm very happy. That's great." Ikaros closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. These are tears of joy. Master is very happy. Ah, Ikaros is also very happy. Wu Yin grinned and rubbed Ikaros's head. He rubbed his face against Ikaros's wings before he continued to toss her around. He listened to her soft panting and moaning as he did so. Chapter 191. In the bathroom, Ikaros's seductive moans are still echoing in the room. In this small space, the two are crazily demanding and demanding from each other, leaving traces of their lovemaking everywhere. At a certain point, Ikaros finally reached the peak of her life. Under Wu Yan's influence, she let out a loud cry to express her joy. But while Ikaros is satisfied, Wu Yan isn't. Without a word, he placed Ikaros's powerless body on the floor and flipped her over. "Master!" Ikaros is lying on the floor. She turned around to face Wu Yan. Her eyes are misty and a bit confused. She doesn't know what her master is planning to do. Kneeling behind Ikaros, Wu Yan is panting for breath. Once again, he squeezed into Ikaros's body, causing her to moan as if she's been hit hard. Smack, 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 smack. The sound of flesh colliding echoed throughout the space. Accompanied by Ikaros' music, Wu Yan enjoyed both physically and mentally. Picking up Ikaros's body and pulling her into his embrace, Wu Yan tossed her again. But this time, Ikaros's back is facing him. With both hands free, Wu Yan grabbed Ikaros's pair of big white rabbits. Hand, body, pincer, pincer. Ikaros's soul flew out of her body, immersing herself in an inescapable world, unable to extricate herself for a long time. Nibbling on Ikaros's earlobe, Ikaros retracted her head. Right now, every part of her body is sensitive, causing Wu Yan to feel a burst of excitement, teasing everywhere, causing Ikaros to moan nonstop. "Ma master!" Ikaros is panting heavily, shaking her body while watching Wu Yan carefully savoring her body. She mumbled, "I'm so happy." After a while, one of the nerves in her body snapped. Ikaros tensed up and raised her head again, letting out a long whimper. Licking his lips, Wu Yan looked at Ikaros, who's lying on top of him, unable to get up. He can't stop anymore, otherwise he'll suffocate to death. Seeing that Ikaros didn't look too tired, he stood up and hugged her. He pressed her against the wall of the bathroom with her back facing the wall and squeezed her inside. The pitiful Ikaros didn't even get a chance to catch her breath before she was drowned by the pleasure that surged through her body once more. Her little mouth opened and closed. Her fragrant breath hit the wall, causing ripples in the air. She panted delicately. This time, Wu Yan is directly on top of Ikaros's body, stroking her body while moving his body, enjoying himself to his heart's content. After a long time, the moans came again. This time it's longer and louder. Without them knowing, the moans passed through the wall and came out of the bathroom. Hearing Ikaros's moans that are much longer and louder than before, Wu Yan knew that Ikaros has reached her limit. Angeloids don't have dreams because they don't need to sleep. Therefore, Angeloids' time at night is their loneliest time. Angeloids don't need to sleep. Ikaros is the same. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in Wu Yan's room every morning, guarding Wu Yan for an entire night. Perhaps only a thick-skinned girl like Xianxia would use her time at night to sleep. After all, even if Angeloids don't need to sleep, they can still rest if they want. But this time, after Ikaros reached her climax, her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably and she miraculously fell asleep. Looking at Ikaros's cute sleeping posture, Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They're still in the bathroom. How can she fall asleep like this? But Ikaros's sleep doesn't mean the night is over. What happened? Ikaros. The bathroom door was suddenly slammed open. The president, dressed in pajamas, rushed in without even looking at the situation in the bathroom. I heard a moan just now. Ikaros, are you? Chuju stared blankly at the naked Wu Yin and Ikaros, who was sleeping on the floor. She was completely shocked when she smelled the strange odor in the bathroom. Wu Yin and Chuju stared at each other blankly. One didn't expect the other party to suddenly barge in. The other didn't expect the situation in the bathroom to be like this. Combining the two's current situation with Ikaros's moan just now, Mr. President instantly understood the whole situation. Ikaros's moan, wasn't it the same as the last time she was done by Wu Yin? Looking at Mr. President's stunned expression, Wu Yin finally reacted. He glanced at Mr. President's body, and his mouth curved into an evil smile. You. Hinajiku pointed at Wu Yin with a trembling finger. Kaisha-sama's head is already boiling with hot water after witnessing this shocking scene. Yo, Chuju. Wu Yin greeted Hinajiku as if nothing had happened. It's as if everything that happened just now was just an insignificant matter. Chuju couldn't believe it. This shameless, hateful guy pushed down another woman and still greeted his own wife. Is there anything more shameless than this? Of course, what Chuju didn't know is that there's something even more shameless to come. Chuju-wa. Wu Yin stood up with a smile and faced Chuju naked. Chuju couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Moreover, he slowly approached Chuju. Seeing Wu Yin getting closer to her, Hinajiku had a bad premonition. She even forgot to criticize him and turned it into this sentence. What are you doing? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Red in the face, Chuju stomped her feet. She turned her head and shouted angrily. However, Wu Yin ignored her. Chuju, come and accompany me. Wu Yin said something that shocked Chuju. Seeing Wu Yin getting closer and closer to her, Chuju couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She panicked. What are you doing? Could it be? A thought flashed through her mind. Chuju was completely shocked. She knew that with Wu Yin's level of shamelessness, he would definitely do this kind of thing. She didn't wait for Wu Yin to answer. She turned around and planned to run away. Unfortunately, the president's action was still 1 step too slow. Extending his hand, Wu Yin pulled Kaisha-sama, who was trying to escape, into his arms. Amidst her screams, he sealed her lips with his. Wu. Chuju's lips were blocked. She struggled with all her might, trying to escape from Wu Yin's evil claws. How could the president, with a tender face, be willing to be with Wu Yin in a place like the bathroom? Moreover, there was another woman in a place like Wu Yin. Therefore, Wu Yin, who was familiar with Chuju's personality, didn't say anything. He directly grabbed Chuju's little butt and pinched Chuju's little butt. Chuju froze. She grabbed him again, this time from the top. The frozen Kaisha-sama went limp again. She could only use her fist to beat Wu Yan's chest with a strength that couldn't even kill a mosquito. This time, it was Kaisha-sama's thin pajamas that got ripped to shreds. Naturally, Kaisha-sama was able to see Wu Yan's naked body. No, Chuju didn't give up on running away. She twisted her body. However, this was just to please Wu Yin. Lifting Kaisha-sama up, Wu Yin snickered. Ignoring Kaisha-sama's weak resistance, he placed her in his arms. Oomph. Wu. With a muffled groan, the president gave up on resisting. At this time, resisting was useless. Chuju gritted her teeth with a pair of yellowish-green eyes. She softly moaned. Naughty. Wu. Naughty. Wu Yin responded to Chuju with a fierce attack. A new nocturne was played in the bathroom again. In Astria's room, on the bed, the master of the bed was covered tightly with a blanket. Faint mumbling could be heard coming from the blanket. I didn't hear anything. Nothing. Chapter 192. Academy City, School District 7. In his own home, Wu Yin is sitting in front of a table. Looking at the 2 invitation letters on the table, he scratched his head helplessly. The 2 invitation letters in front of him obviously aren't Shoko Misaki's invitation letters. They're Tokuwadai's Midsummer Festival invitation letters. As a special day of Tokuwadai that appeared in the original work, Wu Yin of course knew about it. He even remembered that Makoto would perform the violin on the day of the Midsummer Festival. To be honest, Wu Yin is looking forward to Makoto's violin performance. More importantly, the theme of Tokuwadai's Midsummer Festival is maids. Can you imagine how big of a temptation it is for a cute girl who used to be a young lady to wear a maid uniform and stand at the door, calling out "Welcome, master" in a coquettish voice? Even Wu Yin, who already has 3 girls, is getting restless. He wants to see it for himself. As for why Wu Yin, who was supposed to be looking forward to it, he's looking so distressed right now. It's because of the invitation letters. Tokuwadai's Midsummer Festival wasn't something that anyone could participate in. Only those who had been invited by the young misses of Tokuwadai and sent an invitation letter would have the qualifications to enter the dormitory and participate in the Midsummer Festival. With an LV5 Tokuwadai as his wife, Wu Yin doesn't have to worry about not having an invitation letter. Look, isn't there one right in front of him? It's just that the other letter is the real reason why Wu Yin is distressed. Misaka Makoto. Shokuho Misaki. Looking at the names on the 2 invitation letters in front of him, Wu Yin really can't think of anything more out of place than putting these 2 names together. Although Wu Yin is surprised that Jusuma would invite him, he's also secretly happy. After all, how can he not be happy when a beauty is thinking about you? But more than that, he's confused. Shokuho Misaki already knows that he has Makoto. With Shokuho Misaki's scheming mind, she should be able to deduce that he also has Hinajuku and Ikaros, as well as Astria, as his girls based on the conversation between Wu Yin and Makoto. It's not hard for her to guess that he has Hinajuku and Ikaros, as well as Astria, as his girls. But even so, she still want to get involved with him. Could it be that she was up to something again? If it's because of his performance that day that he captured her heart, and she threw herself in the fire to join Wu Yan's Crystal Palace, Wu Yin wouldn't think that way even if he ain't an idiot. Jusama is someone who's willing to join someone else's Crystal Palace? Not to mention, there's also her so-called rival, Misaka Makoto. That's why Wu Yan's first thought is that this two-faced Jusama is up to something. Plus, when he saw Shokuho Misaki and Makoto's invitation and the location of the Tokuwadai dormitory, Wu Yin was reminded of the Tokuwadai girls who tried to destroy him last time. Thus, Wu Yin was troubled. While Wu Yin was troubled, Kaisha-sama, Ikaros, and Astria came to Wu Yan's side. Kaisha-sama looked at the invitation on the table and picked up one of them. "Are you going or not? It's about to start," Hinajuku said unhappily. Hinajuku was looking forward to this kind of event. It was similar to Bai King Academy's festival. Wu Yin bitterly smiled and slapped his cheeks to get rid of those thoughts. He walked to the door. "If I die, I die." Academy City, School District 7. Wu Yin, Hinajuku, Ikaros, and Astria stood at the entrance of the Tokuwadai dormitory. They looked at the people who handed in their invitations and walked in. They also looked at the people who didn't have invitations, standing not far away from them. They looked at each other and smiled. So many people. It's so lively. Astria's eyes sparkled as she looked at the people around her. She looked really happy. The men and women around her gasped in surprise. Astria didn't know that she's already made a lot of people fall for her cuteness. She was still looking around. She was the one who looked forward to the Tokuwadai Midsummer Festival the most. It's not just because it's fun, it's also because of what Wu Yin said to Astria before they came. You can eat all the food in the Tokuwadai Midsummer Festival for free. Astria's eyes lit up, bringing along 3 pretty girls who stunned everyone. Wu Yin walked to the entrance of the inspection room and handed over the invitation letter. Then, he walked into Tokuwadai's dormitory amidst the envy and jealousy he's been through countless times. "Welcome, Master." The 4 of them stood in the middle of the hall with 2 rows of maids. They were all stunned when they heard the delicate greeting. Of course, they were stunned for different reasons. Wu Yin rubbed his chin while looking at the 2 rows of maids. He suddenly looked forward to seeing Makoto in maid attire. "Don't tell me Makoto is dressed like that too?" Chuju raised an eyebrow and said. However, Wu Yin saw that she was looking forward to it more. "Where's the food?" Astria looked left and right before she blurted out those words. Wu Yin and Hinajika both felt powerless. The 2 rows of Tokuwadai maids gasped when they saw the person's face. One of them even pointed at Wu Yin and shouted, "Isn't that the scum who seduced Misaka-sama and Shoko-sama?" Time! It stopped. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He endured the gazes he got from the crowd. He almost went crazy. Hinajiku and Astria are stunned. They don't know why this happened. Ikaros is the only one who's still as calm as ever. Wu Yin really wanted to ridicule the girl for saying something like scum or seduction, but he didn't have the time to care about these things. A petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yin. She swung her 2 pink ponytails with a frosty expression. A small palm came towards Wu Yin. Wu Yin already sensed her since she appeared. However, he didn't do anything. He didn't want to expose his strength in front of so many people. However, just because Wu Yin didn't make a move doesn't mean others can't. A light blue crystal shield formed from data appeared in front of Wu Yin. It blocked the hand that reached towards Wu Yin. Ikaros raised her hand as if she did something insignificant. Before she could react, Wu Yin grabbed her hand and with a twist, he locked her hand behind her back. His other hand pressed against her forehead, restraining her. The scene that had happened once before was happening again. Damn scum. Let me go. A certain pink pigtailed creature that Kuriko pronounced as a pervert struggled with all her might in Wu Yan's arms. Her pink eyes were filled with resentment towards Wu Yin. Wu Yin helplessly patted Kuriko's head, causing her to be very dissatisfied. "I say, Kuriko, how did I provoke you? You actually attacked me the moment you arrived. Don't call me Kuriko so intimately." Kuriko shouted loudly. "Wait until I move a scum like you into the ground. Then I'll burn the Joss paper and tell you why." Rolling his eyes, Wu Yin said directly, "Even if you don't say it, I can guess why a Yuri girl like you is targeting me. Isn't it because of Mikoto? Since you know, then obediently let me move you into the ground. Only an idiot would do that. I think you want me to tie you up again. You dare." Although she said that, Kuriko still stopped struggling. It seems like she's still afraid that Wu Yin will really tie her up. However, Kuriko still said with hatred, "Damn it, this won't do. I must find a chance to destroy this scum. I can't let him get close to Wani-sama. I say, can you lower your voice?" Chapter 193. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yin and Kuriko were locked in a stalemate. Neither of them could move the other. When the surrounding people saw how much Kuriko hated Wu Yin, they started whispering among themselves. Kuriko was Mikoto's roommate. Everyone knew this. After all, it was hard for the roommate of Tokuwadai's ace to not be famous. When they saw how much Mikoto-sama's roommate wanted to get rid of Wu Yin, they were even more certain of their thoughts. This scum in front of them used despicable means to capture Mikoto-sama's heart. Mikoto-sama's roommate found out about this. Therefore, Mikoto-sama's roommate, in order to save Mikoto-sama from the evil clutches of that scum, she charged forward to fight the Devil King without any regard for her own safety. When this thought appeared, the gazes of the Tokuwadai girls towards Wu Yin became very unfriendly. Even those from the Queen's faction started to gather their computing power, planning to get rid of Wu Yin. If Wu Yin knew what these Tokuwadai girls were thinking, he would definitely tie them all up and bring them home and beep together. At the crucial moment, Mikoto finally appeared. She didn't know that her appearance prevented a tragedy from happening. When she saw Wu Yin and Kuriko, she was shocked for a moment before running over. "Wani-sama, hurry and leave. Don't get close to this scum. He will defile you." Kuriko immediately shouted when she saw Mikoto running over. Her words made Wu Yan's face darken. Mikoto, who was running over, almost tripped and fell on the floor. Wu Yin slapped Kuriko's head and ignored her cries of pain and protest. He looked at Mikoto's new appearance, and his eyes lit up as he nodded in satisfaction. She was wearing the exact same maid outfit that he saw on the screen before. Wu Yin had to admit that Mikoto at this moment was really cute. At this time, Wu Yin suddenly remembered that the maid outfit and apron he bought when he went out with Mikoto was still in his space ring. Looking at Mikoto, then at Shuju and Ikaros, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with an evil glint. It was decided. Next time, he would definitely make the three of them wear maid outfits or aprons and have go with him. Shuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't know about Wu Yan's evil thoughts, but Shuju and Mikoto both felt a chill down their spines. They felt a sense of danger approaching, making them paranoid. As for Ikaros, forget about maid outfits and aprons. She even tried wearing her angelic light armor to make love to Wu Yin, let alone maid outfits and aprons. Blackie, what the hell are you doing? Mikoto came to the front of the crowd and heard the girls of Tokuwadai whispering. She thought that Kuriko had done something shameful again and immediately criticized her. When Isama, Blackie didn't do anything. Kuriko looked at Mikoto with a pure and innocent expression. She was actually kind of cute, but the next sentence completely shattered her image. I just want to prevent this scum from tainting my beloved Wani-sama. Blackie wants to stuff this scum into the ground. You bastard. Mikoto clenched her fists. At this moment, Mikoto felt that everyone's eyes were glaring. After all, Mikoto didn't want others to think that she's a girl with an abnormal sexual orientation, although it's not like she hasn't acted out this scene in front of everyone before. Wani-sama? Blackie's hands were held behind her back by Wu Yin. She could only kick her legs towards Mikoto and shout loudly. Wani-sama, you should leave here first. Let Blackie go first. Woo. Without waiting for Blackie to finish, Mikoto already guessed that she's going to say something shameful. She directly used Dragon Catcher Hand, pinched Blackie's cheeks, and pulled them away with all her strength. Blackie, Mikoto forced a smile and said, don't you know that every time you say something, it makes me feel a lot of pressure? Whoa. With her cheeks being pulled, Blackie could only spit out a few whimpers, tears in the corner of her eyes. She probably wants Mikoto to let her go. Your relationship is still as good as always. At this time, the sudden appearance of a voice finally saved Blackie. Ruko and Waharu stood not far away, as cute as always. But this time, the two girls didn't wear Sakugawa Middle School's uniform. Instead, they wore casual clothes. Zuitian-san, Waharu-san. Mikoto awkwardly let go of her hand, and Wu Yin also let go at the same time. Blackie suddenly slid to the ground like a puddle of mud. Mikoto quickly shook her head. How is our relationship good? It's just playing around. Yes, that's right. Like this, it's more likely to make people suspect that you're a Yuri. Ruko and Waharu also laughed. Of course they know what's going on. They're just teasing Mikoto. Mikoto laughed dryly, speechless. Era, isn't this good? Hearing this familiar laughter, Mikoto's face suddenly froze, and everyone else was stunned, because the owner of the voice is a beautiful blonde girl. Shokuho Misaki. Looking at Shokuho Misaki in her maid uniform, elegantly walking towards him, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Although he received Shokuho Misaki's invitation, Wu Yan didn't expect her to appear here. What's going on? In the original work, he didn't see Shokuho Misaki appear in the Midsummer Festival. The surrounding people were excited. Not only did Misaka-sama appear, even Shokuho-sama appeared in front of them. And at this time, they're already cheering. This scene is like a celebrity's appearance, appearing in the midst of cheers and supporters, full of aura. So beautiful. So cool. Ruko and Waharu looked at Shokuho Misaki with stars in their eyes. One is envious of her ability level. The other is envious of her aura. What a show. Chuju also sighed. If everyone is sighing, then Mikoto is completely dissatisfied. You woman, why are you here? Shokuho Misaki giggled and walked to Wu Yan's side, and under everyone's stunned gaze, she hugged Wu Yan's arm and said intimately, Of course I'm here to pick up my little yin. Mikoto gritted her teeth, and Chuju, who doesn't know Shoko Misaki, glanced at Wu Yin with a dangerous glint in her eyes, causing Wu Yin to shiver. I need an explanation. Chuju's eyes were filled with such intent, and Wu Yin could only nod helplessly. He looked at Ikaros, who also wanted to say something but stopped, and shook his head at her. Ikaros then returned to her original state. Wu Yin looked up at the sky and sighed. Even if he used his heel to think, he can guess what's going to happen next. Are you trying to provoke me? Mikoto's forehead flashed with electricity. She looked at Shokuho Misaki and said in a low voice. Shokuho Misaki didn't care at all and just smiled. Misaka-san, how can you say that? I invited little Yin here. Of course I'm here to pick him up. I'm not trying to provoke you at all. Who would believe you if you say that out loud? Wu Yin cursed in his heart. He felt helpless that the fire would spread to him so quickly. Sure enough, Mikoto turned to Wu Yin and said gently, Yin, did you come because she invited you? How can you believe that? Are you an idiot? Wu Yin clutched his head, indicating that he has a headache. Mikoto's face turned red. She felt ashamed that she actually believed Shokuho Misaki's words. Little Yin, I clearly have one. Shokuho Misaki hugged Wu Yin's arm and acted coquettishly, causing the jaws of the Tokuwadai girls who were familiar with her to drop to the ground. Mikoto turned a deaf ear to Shokuho Misaki's words. She immediately turned to Shokuho Misaki and said, Shokuho Misaki, Yin said he wasn't invited by you. You can leave. Mikoto hesitated. In the end, she clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and shouted with a red face. Can you please leave my boyfriend? Chapter 194. Can you please leave my boyfriend? Silence. A deathly silence. The onlookers, Tokuwadai's made attire, Wu Yin and Co., including Shokuho Misaki and Ikaros, who were calm and collected, all froze in place. Mikoto's eyes were still closed. Her face was completely red, and she didn't even dare to look at anyone. It's really hard to believe that she was the one who said those words just now. Even Hinajiku, who had sacrificed her first time with Mikoto, couldn't help but twitch her mouth in shock. She looked at Shokuho Misaki, who was still in a daze, and said awkwardly, This woman, just how bad is her relationship with Mikoto to force her to this extent? Wu Yin laughed dryly. How would Hinajika know that Shokuho Misaki is the person Mikoto dislikes the most? To be able to make Mikoto feel a sense of danger, she must be quite the character. Although, Wu Yin felt pretty good when he heard Mikoto yell, Can you please leave my boyfriend? In front of everyone. Oh, Mikoto-ne-san, Mikoto-senpai, you're so brave. Astria, Ruko, and Miharu looked at Mikoto with admiration. It's like they're on a pilgrimage. No, Wani-sama, this can't be real. At this moment of incomparable silence, an incomparably mournful scream suddenly came from the mouth of a certain lump on the ground. It was a scream of despair. The voice was filled with disbelief and madness. The double ponytailed Yuri creature seems to have triggered some sort of resurrection on the spot state. She jumped up from the floor and jumped 3 feet high. When she landed on the ground, her whole body was already pouncing towards Mikoto, who still hasn't opened her eyes. Wani-sama, this can't be real. Whoa. Kuriko clung onto Mikoto's body. Her little face was rubbing against Mikoto's small chest. She cried as she did so. Wani-sama, my great, handsome, and charming Wani-sama, how could you submit to the power of that scum ape? This can't be real. Wani-sama, don't abandon Kuriko. Whoa. At this moment, there was no doubt that the scene belonged to the 2 girls who were tightly pressed against each other, because everyone had already been completely dumbfounded from the 2 blows. Kuriko, Mikoto thought that she would be praised by the crowd, but what she got was an attack from this black and white creature. Mikoto's mind was in a mess. All sorts of weird gazes fell on her body. It was as if they were re-evaluating her as a person. Mikoto felt all sorts of awkwardness. As she screamed, the electricity flowed through her body, and then it was all absorbed by the pervert on her body. Black smoke billowed out as she fell to the ground. Kuriko's body twitched as saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. She was moaning as if she was having an orgasm. Everyone around her felt chill down their spine. They subconsciously took 2 steps back to distance themselves from her. Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth with her hand. It's not clear if she's trying to act like a queen or if she's shocked by Makoto's words. She looked at the expressions of the people around her and then at the embarrassed Makoto and Wu Yin, who's laughing dryly. Her eyes flashed with a hint of resentment, and without thinking, she opened her mouth. Misaka classmate, you're wrong. Little Yin is my boyfriend. Wu Yin, who was laughing, dryly froze. Everyone who just came back to their senses from Makoto's declaration and Kuriko's farce was once again stunned by Shokuho Misaki's statement. Their minds went blank. You. Makoto was so angry that her forehead was throbbing with electricity. Her face turned from red to angry. She didn't expect Shokuho Misaki to be so shameless. Hugging your boyfriend is a natural thing to do, Misaka-san. Shokuho Misaki pulled out a victorious smile. Her hand that was covered with a white spiderweb glove was circling Wu Yan's chest. You. Makoto was panting heavily as she glared at Shokuho Misaki. What right do you have to say that Yin is your boyfriend? Oh, Misaka-san, as a member of Tokuwadai, don't tell me you didn't hear the rumors about Tokuwadai? Shokuho Misaki smirked and looked at Makoto with sly eyes. Everyone knows that I went on a date with Yin not long ago. Tell me, if he's not my boyfriend, why would I go on a date with him? The people around nodded. Indeed, with Shokuho Misaki's personality, if she didn't like a guy, she wouldn't go on a date with him. Only Shokuho Misaki herself knew that she was only embarrassed at the time. You went on a date with him, and that proves he's your boyfriend? Makoto was so angry that she laughed. She pointed at Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria. She didn't care about the consequences. Then me, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria all went on a date with Yin. Does that mean he's our boyfriend? What? This time, everyone was shocked. They looked at the 5 of them, who were the best of the best. Makoto, Chuju, Ikaros, Astria, and Shokuho Misaki, and they all screamed. Following that, all sorts of gazes, such as danger, disdain, jealousy, resentment, and disbelief, shot from their eyes at the winner of life in their eyes. Scum, beast, shameless, my idol. When the last sentence was said, the owner of the voice felt the murderous intent directed at him. He trembled and pointed at Wu Yin without hesitation. Bastard. Everyone was satisfied and retracted their murderous intent. Wu Yan's veins were popping. He wanted to kill them all. Shokuho Misaki finally noticed Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria. She didn't know these 3, but these 3 names have been on her mind for a long time. She took a good look at the 3 girls. Even Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but sigh. These 3 girls' looks and temperament are extraordinary. Even compared to her and that eerie toddler's body, they're on par with them. Women like this are all gathered around this man. Just who is he? Shokuho Misaki glanced at Wu Yin and put on an elegant smile. She bowed to Chuju and the others. My apologies. Everyone, it's my fault for not noticing the 3 of you. I apologize. I hope the 3 of you can forgive me. Her natural and graceful posture, as well as her style of etiquette, won the hearts of the people around her. She also won the favor of Chuju and Astria. As for Ikaros, forget about it. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Hanajuku waved her hand at Shokuho Misaki, showing that she didn't mind. After all, the president of the student council of Baiwang Academy is someone who doesn't know manners. Shokuho Misaki smiled politely, but she was shocked. Shokuho Misaki's ability had already been activated when she was greeting him. However, he did not expect that the 3 girls in front of him were not affected at all. It was as if his ability had sunk into a stone pond, never to return. There was no response at all. Who the hell are they? Of course, on the surface, Shokuho Misaki maintained a calm expression. She continued to exchange pleasantries with Chuju. Wu Yin was having a headache watching this. Looking at the eyes of the girls around him, Wu Yin looked up at the sky speechlessly. He felt like it's better for him to play a small role in this situation. However, when Makoto saw him, it turned into an acknowledgement of Shokuho Misaki's so-called boyfriend. She gritted her teeth and ran to Wu Yan's side to grab his arm. Why aren't you leaving that woman? Makoto exclaimed in exasperation. At the same time, she pinched Wu Yan's waist and gave it a hard twist. Ouch! Wu Yan, who has never tried this skill that is exclusively for women, howled in pain as tears streamed down his cheeks. It's my fault again. Chapter 195. Wu Yan, who was planning to be a walk-on, was pinched by Mikoto. His howl of pain immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Mikoto and Mikoto's words made Wu Yan the center of attention, and now he's the center of attention. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, he rubbed the bruised flesh on his waist. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He didn't expect Sis Cannon to do something so girly. With a sigh, Wu Yan freed himself from Shokuho Misaki in Mikoto's arms. He looked at Shokuho Misaki with a smile. Hey, Queen Sama, aren't you afraid that I'll take your boyfriend's words seriously? Shokuho Misaki was stunned for a moment before she smiled and hugged Wu Yan's arm again. What are you talking about, little Yan? We're a couple. How could you say that? Don't tell me. At this point, Shokuho Misaki's eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed pitifully. Don't tell me you're not going to admit it? Whoosh! Other than the two of them who were standing in the center of the room, the rest of the crowd turned their attention to Wu Yan. If looks could kill, Wu Yan would have died 1,000,000 times over. Shokuho Misaki's act is so convincing that the others couldn't help but believe her. Even Hinajiku and Ko are looking at Wu Yan suspiciously. They're imagining Wu Yan having an affair. Only Mikoto, who knew Shokuho Misaki very well, pursed her lips in disdain and retorted. Last time was the first time you two met. This is the second time, right? Would you call a guy you just met your boyfriend for the first time? Shokuho Misaki laughed and stared at Mikoto with an inexplicable expression. She looked at Mikoto as if she was looking at an ignorant elementary school student. Miss Saxon, have you never heard of love at first sight? You're so ignorant. Looking at Jisama, who was on the verge of tears a second ago, and now she's smiling like a flower, Wu Yan silently ridiculed her. Mikoto glanced at her and mocked her. You fell in love with Yan at first sight. That's only possible if he thinks highly of you. F***CK. This is big trouble. Wu Yan knew something was wrong when he heard Sis Cannon's words. Queen Sama's eyes twinkled, and she said in a tender voice, Little Yan, tell me, did you fall in love at first sight with me? Mikoto immediately turned around and hugged Wu Yan's other arm and glared at him. Tell me, are you interested in this woman or not? Both his arms lost again, Wu Yan and Mikoto help him. Mikoto, or Ikaros, could save his life. Mikoto. Ikaros couldn't help but take a step forward. She was about to say something when Hinajiku stopped her. Smiling sweetly at Wu Yan, Chuju whispered, Actually, I want to know the answer too. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Looking at the sweet-looking Shoko Misaki and the serious-looking Mikoto, Wu Yan sighed. He rolled his eyes and leaned closer to Mikoto and whispered something in her ear that almost made her jump. Mikoto, if you want to know the answer, promise me that you'll bring me to your dorm later. Wear what you're wearing and do it with me. Blood started spreading from Mikoto's neck upwards. In a short while, Mikoto's entire face was as hot as boiling water. Even her head felt a little dizzy. You actually, how about it? Promise me? Wu Yan grinned at Mikoto. Mikoto was starting to suspect that Wu Yan had been planning this all along. Is that all you've been thinking about? Mikoto clenched her teeth. Her face was red as she suppressed her urge to go berserk. Then do you promise me or not? Wu Yan didn't deny it. If you don't promise me then, you bastard. Mikoto's blushing face kept changing. Her heart was beating so fast. How was she supposed to answer this question? The surrounding people looked at the two who were whispering to each other suspiciously. Looking at Misaka Mikoto's bashful face, they started to think about it. Shokuho Misaki, who was closest to the two, pricked up her ears, trying to listen for something. Unfortunately, Wu Yan and Mikoto's voices were muffled. She couldn't hear anything clearly. This made her anxious. Mikoto also saw Shokuho Misaki's actions. Thinking of Wu Yan's answer, she panicked. She looked at Wu Yan and whispered, I promise. That's it. Wu Yan, who had an evil grin on his face and was probably laughing in his heart. After getting Makoto's answer, he turned around and looked at Shokuho Misaki. I say, Jusama, let's make things clear today. Wu-Yen smiled at Shokuho Misaki. His expression made Shokuho Misaki frown. What? Shokuho Misaki pretended to be calm as she glared at Wu-Yen. Wu-Yen's expression right now is exactly the same as the first time they met when he stood up for Misaka Makoto. You already know Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria, right? Wu-Yen waved his hand at Hinajuku, Ikaros, and Astria. The three girls came over with confused looks on their faces. Jusama, Misaka Makoto is my woman. Makoto's face turned red again. Shokuho Misaki was still looking at Wu-Yen. She knew Wu-Yen had more to say, but Wu-Yen's next sentence stunned her. Goe Chuju is also my woman. Why did you say that? Chuju was stunned. Her face was burning. She didn't expect Wu-Yen to suddenly say something like that. The crowd went into an uproar. Jusama was also stunned. She couldn't stay calm anymore. Unfortunately, Wu-Yen seemed to want to challenge her bottom line. And Ikaros is also my woman. Ikaros's face turned red, and she lowered her head. As for the audience, they were already in hysterics. What is the meaning of this? Is he going to open the Crystal Palace openly? This guy should be dragged out and punished by the heavens. Wu-Yen ignored all the discussions and looked at Shokuho Misaki, who was stunned by his words. As you've heard, I have 3 women who love me very much, and I love them very much too. Therefore, Your Majesty, if you still insist on the idea of I'm your boyfriend, then you're welcome to join us. Boom! That one sentence made the crowd go crazy. He actually said that he would welcome Jusama from Tokuwadai, the number 5 Shokuho Misaki, to join his Crystal Palace. Also, Tokuwadai's Electric Princess, the number 3 trump card, Misaka Makoto, is also a member of his Crystal Palace. The world has gone crazy. At this time, Wu-Yen didn't care about the gazes of the people around him anymore. He looked like he didn't care at all. It's as if the words he just said didn't come out of his mouth. From a strategy point of view, Wu-Yen's action is undoubtedly limiting Jusama's favorability to below 50. She can't go any further. In fact, she might even suspect Wu-Yen's intentions. Lowering her favorability towards Wu-Yen wouldn't be surprising. However, Wu-Yen didn't care. It's not that he doesn't like Jusama, but she's too domineering. To gain her approval, he must at least be stronger than her. Otherwise, she will ride on his head. It's fine if Jusama enters his arms. She can ride on his head. She's his woman anyway. What can she do? Also, he can't hide his relationship with Chuju and the others from the quick-witted Jusama. It might be better if he just said it out loud. Worst comes to worst, I'll make her my summon. When that happens, she won't be able to run away. Pulling up Makoto and Hinajuku, who were also stunned by his declaration, Wu-Yen headed towards the dormitory with Ikaros and Astria in tow, leaving behind a group of people who were stunned by what they just heard. Shokuho Misaki stared at Wu-Yen's back as he left. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. She cursed under her breath. Damn man. Unfaithful man. What's so great about him? How dare he embarrass me in front of everyone? No man has ever rejected me like that. Wu-Yen, just you wait. Chapter 196. With a light cry, Makoto was lifted up by Wu-Yen and thrown onto her own bed. When she landed on the soft bed, Makoto immediately flipped over. Her face was already flushed red. Closing the door to Makoto's dorm room, Wu-Yen looked at Makoto in her maid attire, his heart filled with excitement as he slowly walked towards her. Chuju and Ikaros accompanied Astria to the cafeteria. One of Astria's reasons for coming here was to feast. Wu-Yen used that as an excuse to send the 3 of them away. Then, he dragged Makoto to her room. Even though he was interested in Sis Cannon's room, now wasn't the time to take a closer look. First things first, looking at Wu-Yen, who was getting closer and closer to her, Makoto started panicking. She couldn't help but move deeper into the bed. She looks like a girl who is about to be raped. Wu-Yen's blood is boiling. Makoto gulped and forced a smile. Yen, it's not a good idea for us to leave Hinajuku and the rest behind. What if they can't find us later on? Let's go back. Don't worry, with Astria's appetite, they won't leave the cafeteria so soon. We have plenty of time. With one knee on the bed, Wu Yin said as he approached Mikoto. It's like he's preparing to make love to her before he goes in for the deed. Mikoto moved back again. Her face turned red as she panicked and tried to find an excuse. Then, what about Zhuotian and Waharu? They will be helpless without anyone to lead the way. There's so many Tokuwadai ladies here. There are plenty of people to lead the way. Don't worry. Wu Yin closed in on Mikoto and forced her to the head of the bed. She had nowhere to run. Mikoto whimpered unwillingly. Even though she knew she couldn't escape her fate this time, she still retreated. After all, Xianxia's face was too tender. Wu Yin rolled his eyes and said, "Don't waste your time. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. You won't be able to escape. Just accept your fate." That was true. In the original work, Xianxia wore her Tokuwadai uniform the most. Even though the uniform was cute, it didn't feel good to wear the same uniform all the time. That's why ever since he saw Mikoto's maid outfit in the Tokuwadai Midsummer Festival episode, Wu Yin had fantasized more than once about doing it with Xianxia in a maid outfit. Now the opportunity was right in front of Wu Yin. How could Wu Yin let such a fat piece of meat slip away? Looking at his face getting closer and closer, Mikoto's face blushed uncontrollably. After a while, she finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "I knew it. It still won't work." She pushed Wu Yin away from her and jumped off the bed. Then, she ran towards the door. But how could Mikoto beat Wu Yin in terms of physical fitness? Before she could run far, she felt her hand being grabbed. She lost her balance and fell on Wu Yin, who was behind her. Just as she fell down, Mikoto felt her earlobe being sucked by something. A soft tongue was licking her earlobe, causing her to cry out in surprise. A pair of large hands wrapped around her waist from behind, trapping her firmly in his arms. Mikoto blushed and closed her eyes as she accepted her fate. His tongue licked Mikoto's earlobe, then licked her cheeks, causing Mikoto to shrink back. Wu Yin rubbed Mikoto's head and then aimed his mouth at her lips. Her lips were blocked. Mikoto felt her tongue was also captured by him. Although this wasn't the first time she kissed Wu Yin, her performance was still very awkward. Her tongue was passively led by Wu Yin. Since their lips had already moved, Wu Yin's hand naturally couldn't stop. His hands caressed Mikoto's clothes. Since he was aiming for Mikoto's outfit, Wu Yin obviously wouldn't take off her clothes. He only divided his hands into two and attacked the important parts. Feeling her important parts being controlled by the familiar temperature, Mikoto was so embarrassed that she moaned. Her lips couldn't help but leave Wu Yin's grasp. "That won't do." This kind of sound not only didn't stop Wu Yin's actions, instead it ignited Wu Yin's fire. His movements didn't stop. Instead, he attacked faster. In an instant, the two soft semicircles on her upper and lower body fell into Wu Yin's devil's claws. Her hands involuntarily grabbed onto Wu Yin's hands. Perhaps she wanted to pull them away, but the strength in her hands was negligible. It didn't stop Wu Yin's movements. Through the clothes, he kneaded Mikoto's body like dough. Mikoto suddenly moaned, and her expression became more and more immersed. The light in her eyes was already starting to fade. Even though he really likes Mikoto's maid outfit, but through the clothes, it's not very comfortable to touch. Thus, Wu Yin decisively broke up and slid into Mikoto's clothes through the gap between the clothes and grabbed that soft white rabbit that's constantly jumping. "Wait!" Feeling her body being caressed without any resistance, Mikoto subconsciously cried out. Her breathing became hurried. Now, even if Wu Yin didn't stop her, she probably wouldn't be able to escape in a short time. With one hand, he pinched Mikoto's apple that had grown a lot bigger thanks to him. With the other, he slipped his hand under Mikoto's maid dress and stroked it. Both hands clutching the skirt, Mikoto closed her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed red, so tender that it's almost dripping water. Her body trembled slightly, as if she's trying to hold back the pleasure in her body. His hand that's already slid into the skirt quickly felt another layer of resistance. Touching there, Wu Yin helplessly sighed. Why is it safety pants again? Hearing that, Makoto immediately opened her eyes and glared at him. Her face was still red. Doing this kind of action is too cute. Plus that maid outfit, it's so cute. Well, safety pants it is. In any case, I still have to take them off. In the midst of Makoto's screams, Wu Yin nimbly took off Makoto's safety pants. Then, with a stretch of his hand, he took off the little cutie in the safety pants as well. Separating his hands, he pulled down Makoto's maid attire. Instantly, a pair of delicate little bunnies jumped out, causing Makoto to gasp in surprise. Makoto, lie on the wall. Wu Yin whispered in Makoto's ear. But it's not hard to hear that Wu Yin's breathing has become heavier. No. Protecting her little white rabbits with both hands, Makoto is still making her final resistance. But her resistance can only last for a short while. Soon, Makoto is lying on the wall. Wu Yin excitedly grabbed Makoto's waist and lifted her body up. Makoto's little, but is facing Wu Yan's direction. Faintly, one can see the scenery under Makoto's naked skirt. Posing in such a shameful position, Makoto's heart is so embarrassed that she wants to die. The degree of humiliation is even worse than that time in the movie theater. But when Wu Yin enters the zone, he's invincible. When Makoto enters the zone, she'll also turn into a soft girl. One hard and one soft. Naturally, the hard one wins, and the soft one has no power to resist. Five-Finger Mountain climbed up to the butt position, removing the last cover. The enemy's gate is right in front of them. Our spearmen are already waiting at the gate. The spearmen were like a hot knife through butter as they forced their way into the enemy's gates. When the spearmen forced their way into the city, the enemy let out a cry of defeat. Their final struggle was crushed by the spearmen's strength. Lying on Makoto's back, Wu Yan's hands are holding two little white rabbits. He's pinching and squeezing them. Makoto's head is raised and moaning. Following Wu Yan's movements, moaning sounds keep coming out. Who would have thought that Tokuwadai's ace, Academy City's number 3, Railgun's Misaka Makoto, the Misaka-sama in Tokuwadai's mouths, is currently being conquered by a man in her own dorm. Moaning sounds, begging for mercy, echoes in this room. There's still a lot of time. Chapter 197. Lying on Makoto's bed, Wu Yin lightly breathed out. His face is flushed with pleasure. The only thing missing is the word satisfied written on his face. His entire body is numb. Makoto is lying on top of Wu Yan's body. Her face is flushed, her eyes are blurred. Her face is pressed against Wu Yan's chest. Her mouth is opening and closing as if she's kissing Wu Yan's skin. It can be seen that Makoto still hasn't recovered from the previous lovemaking. At this time, the maid outfit on Makoto's body has already been pushed up to her waist. If you don't look at it, Makoto is in a naked state. Their bodies are intertwined in a very ambiguous position. But it's not strange. After all, Wu Yan's doppelganger is still inside Makoto's body. Caressing Makoto's soft back, he felt that today's trip was worth it just for this hand-to-hand fight scene. Exhaling, Makoto finally regained her senses. Feeling the restlessness of Wu Yan's body and her current position, her flushed face became redder. Raising her head to glare at Wu Yan, Makoto twisted her body. Resisting the electric current from Wu Yan's doppelganger, she shyly moaned. Why? Why aren't you getting out? Makoto's twisting almost made Wu Yan lose control again. Hugging Makoto's body tightly, Wu Yan thrusted a few times. Makoto's moans were all blocked. Her moans turned into soft gasps. Makoto, you're getting more and more mesmerizing. Hugging Makoto's body, Wu Yan said while thrusting. At the same time, he felt the pleasure of Makoto's body. In. No. In. Don't. Ugh. Come. Humph. Her body moved with Wu Yan's thrusts. Makoto, who no longer has the strength to cooperate, can only look at Wu Yan in a daze and beg for mercy. Of course, these begging sounds were already heard before. Oh, Wu Yin didn't listen to her. A woman on the bed should listen to the opposite. Wu Yin faithfully carried out this rule. Without holding back, he tossed the body on top of him and enjoyed to his heart's content. But Makoto, I still want more, don't. Makoto was already weak. She moaned while saying, later, and in, there's still. Ugh. Performance? Wu Yin stopped what he was doing and slapped his head. He almost forgot that Makoto still has a violin performance to perform. Wu Yin stopped what he was doing, and Makoto finally had a chance to catch her breath. Her breaths were intermittent. Midsummer Festival. I want to go on stage, so. He helplessly nodded. Since Makoto still wants to perform, there's no point in continuing this scene. Although it's a bit of a pity, Wu Yin already enjoyed himself to the fullest. At most, he'll find another chance to play again. After all, he still has a set of maids in his interspatial ring. Wu Yin lifted Makoto up and straddled her. Once again, he tossed Makoto's body. As the moans continued, Wu Yin said, "Then Makoto, you have to do your best. If you mess up, there'll be punishment. What else can Makoto say?" She could only moan and nod her head with difficulty and beg for mercy. Otherwise, she really won't have the strength to go on stage. However, with Wu Yin's interruption, Makoto's nervousness about going on stage flew out of her head. It's not a bad thing. After tossing a few more times, Wu Yin really didn't want it to end like this. So he used all his strength and pounded Makoto's soul out of her body, making her unable to control herself. Even if it ends, it'll have to wait until after this. When Wu Yin and Makoto arrived at the cafeteria, Chuju immediately noticed them. She grumbled at them. "Where did you guys go? If you didn't come back, we would have gone looking for you." Wu Yin scratched his head and smiled. "Well, don't mind us. We just want to play a game. We're back now." When she heard Wu Yin say game, Makoto, who was still thinking about what happened in the dorm, blushed again. But when she saw the mountainous pile of plates in front of Xianxia, she felt awkward again. "You're a glutton as always, Xianxia." Wu Yin laughed dryly and sighed helplessly. "Thank goodness I have enough gold coins. Otherwise, I don't know how I'm going to feed this angel." Chuju curled her lips in disdain and pointed in a direction. "Xianxia's place is nothing. Look over there, that's the real deal." Everyone looked at where Hinajiku was pointing. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. If Xianxia's pile was as big as a mountain, then that pile was as big as 10 mountains. Makoto looked at the table over there, and then at Xianxia's table. Her mouth twitched. "That's really nothing." As for Wu Yin, who was standing at the side, he is completely speechless with an awkward expression. If he wasn't mistaken, the person buried under the plates is a little girl with long silver hair, wearing a nun's habit. Wu Yin found out the truth of the matter when he saw the hedgehog head sweating profusely at the side. "I didn't expect you to be so free, Misaka Makoto." At this time, an unusually low female voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone who was stuck in the world of plates was stunned. When they looked towards the source of the voice, they were stunned again. Wu Yin frowned. "You are?" Makoto hesitated for a moment. She looked at the strange girl, who looked like someone owed her money. "Misaka Makoto, Tokuwadai's Railgun, Academy City's number 3. You don't know me, but I know you very well." Standing in front of the crowd, the girl wearing a blue one-piece school uniform said. The girl had a head of slightly curly blue hair that reached her shoulders. Her face was tense, and her eyes were like the eyes of fish. She looked like she didn't care about anything. Makoto frowned when she heard the girl's words. She had a feeling this girl didn't come looking for her for a simple reason. "Who exactly are you? We can talk about this later. Right now, I have something more important to tell you." The girl glanced at Wu Yin, Hinajiku, and the others. Her intention is clear. She's going to leave this place. "What is it? Can't you just say it?" Chuju looked at the girl. She didn't feel any danger, but she was still a stranger. It was better to be cautious. The girl glanced at Chuju and turned to Makoto. "This is very important. I hope you can come with me." Makoto hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to go up, Wu Yin suddenly spoke up. "No need. Just say it here. There's nothing to hide." "Nabinaga." Nabinaga's expression finally changed. She looked at Wu Yin in surprise. You know me? I have a rough idea. Wu Yin took 2 steps forward and shook Makoto's hand. Makoto took a step back. She knew Wu Yin was someone she could entrust her life to. Wu Yin smiled at Makoto, and then he looked at Fushu to Shinobu with a serious expression. Fushu to Shinobu, since you're here looking for Makoto, I'm guessing it has something to do with the sisters? This time, Bushu Jushin's expression could no longer be described with the word change. Instead, it was shock. You know about the sisters? I'm not the only one. Everyone knows about it. So just say it. Wu Yin said vaguely. Nobunaga looked at Makoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria, who stopped eating. It seems that you all really know. Bushu Ishin furrowed his brows tightly before relaxing them. Since you all know about it, and Misaka Makoto seems to know about it as well, I'm sure you all know about the sisters being kidnapped and the plan being frozen, right? Then I'll be frank. The Absolute Aptitude Evolution Plan has been activated again. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.